Hey everybody. I'm gonna wait here, fix my hair. Hey everybody, to those of you who will come in later, just going to give the minute by minute. Um, First of all, good morning. This is Casting Court TV. This is your girl, Miss Public Info, here with the latest and greatest and sometimes hated updates of the most high profile cases going on around the country. We are starting our coverage with the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. It has started. The sentencing has started. There are people milling around in the courtroom right now. Um, the let's talk about this sentencing hearing. First of all, we are getting our information from the Inner City Press, who is live in the courtroom. Inner City Press was allowed during the court phase of this case to to live tweet from the courtroom. As with all federal cases are not public. It is not, no federal cases been any sort of a live cameras or anything like that allowed in federal court cases. So that is the reason why you're not getting any sort of camera footage from this particular case, as it were, the sentencing today, because it is a Fed case. No Fed cases are covered by live in courtroom cameras. You probably noticed in other cases that it's that way. That's because those were state cases and it's not even an automatic there. So there's one outlet that's been allowed to live tweet from this courtroom. That is who we are following. Everyone else, when things develop, they have to either feed it to go out in the hallway and feed it to somebody outside, or they have to go outside themselves. But Inner City Press, who we are following, they're allowed to live tweet in the courtroom. We are getting all of our information from them. So everything we get from or telling you guys is live up to the minute in that courtroom. Right now, nothing has happened. So this was supposed to start at 9:30 local Eastern, but it got pushed back to 10 a.m. local Eastern. So now we're just waiting for things to get underway. We're told, I'm looking down because I'm looking at my other device here with the live updates. We're told that Combs's attorneys are, sort of milling around the area, the stand, the lectern where everybody's going to go and actually give their statements or whatever. That we have Alexandra Shapiro is in the room, Mark DeFilio is in the room, Nicole Westmoreland is in the room. The prosecutors are already seated at their table. Of course, Maureen Comey, who was the lead prosecutor on this, she was fired by the Trump administration. So she is not in the room because she no longer works for the DOJ. And so we are just waiting for this thing to get underway. While we wait, I can kind of talk about what to expect. I mean, this thing could go hours. I mean, sentencings, we don't know. This one, there's rumors that this one may not finish today, that they may have to carry this one on until tomorrow. Until Monday. So we don't know. They also are saying, oh, well, this could go 4 or 5 hours. It could, depending on the clearance of the judge's docket. So let's just say there's so many people speaking and the judge doesn't have a docket that would allow him to go from not 10 a.m. to the end of the day, then they would have to stop and then they would have to pick this up on Monday or whatever next date that the judge has his docket clear for this kind of span of time. As it stands right now, we have several people speaking. So each of Sean Combs's attorneys want an opportunity to speak. He has 8 attorneys. So I'm told at least 4 of the 8 want to speak. They want a chance to make a plea to the judge. Sean Combs himself He wrote a 4-page letter, which we read, excuse me, here on Cast and Court TV yesterday to you all. You can catch that episode. So he will be speaking to that letter. Now, for those of you who are not aware, when a defendant is allowed to speak, or even a victim witness in this particular case, to speak in this kind of setting, the sentencing, you may not speak to the defendant, meaning the witnesses or the victims in the case. They cannot speak to the defendant when they address the court. They must address everything that they have to say to the judge. The defendant, on the flip side, he cannot speak directly to the victims or the witnesses or anything like that. He needs to speak directly to the judge. The judge will likely temper that before people get going and before people start speaking on this thing. But as it stands right now, that's how it goes. Now, Sean Combs' 4-page letter that we read, he was remorseful, but this is the first time Sean Combs has been remorseful in this whole thing. I told you guys yesterday, I really think that Judge Submarani is going to look at Sean Combs' apology and sort of his accountability and say it's a day late and a dollar short, because he's sort of coming in at the 11th hour and saying, oh, I'm sorry for these things. So it's going to be very interesting. Sean Combs took time in this note where he's supposed to be sort of, appealing to the judge for a lighter sentence. He took time to also complain about the jail conditions. He took time to complain about how filthy the jail conditions were. So that also was bizarre. It's not going to work favorably for him. He also tried to play the Babe in the Woods act as it related to Jane Doe, where he says that, he didn't know that Daphne Joy was hurt by his actions, that he thought he was just, providing for her family. But now he says, now I know that I've hurt her. So he does the Babe in the Woods routine, like I had no idea what was going on, sort of thing. That's also not going to work favorably for the judge. It's bizarro town. Remember, guys, Judge Submaranian has been the judge on this entire case. This is not someone who just walked into the courtroom yesterday. This is not someone who just walked in fresh eyes, fresh legs on this case yesterday. He knows exactly who Sean Combs has been in this entire case from its inception to now. He knows exactly who the defense has been from the inception to now. He knows exactly what's been going on in this case. All the romper room antics, all the, blaming the victim. She's lying. She's doing this. All of that stuff. All the things that have been going on. All of the obstruction allegations towards Sean Combs, where he allegedly, I have to say, but it was alleged and proven that he played these antics where he was, they accused the defense of actually labeling erroneous notes of that belonged to Sean Combs as legal, so that the prosecution wouldn't be able to take them, when in fact they were not privileged material at all, and tried to lie on the prosecution and say that they were taking privileged material, and they weren't. And so the prosecution accused Sean Combs of obstruction, also using the calling cards in the jail illegally to talk to different people on the outside. He wasn't supposed to be doing that. So Judge Submaranian is aware. Okay, here we go. Judge is saying, the judge's clerk, are we ready to proceed? And they're waiting for Combs to be brought in now. Okay. And then they asked, was that so-and-so who went into the holding cell? And now we're waiting for Mr. Combs to be brought into the courtroom. So Mr. Combs is not in. We're waiting for him to be brought into the courtroom. And we will stay here until we'll see what's up with that, if he's brought in or not. A lot of this is going to be me sort of talking in between, because it'll be dead air if I'm not. But we're waiting bit by bit to see, what goes on. And as they start to bring people to the stand, this will pick up. Or as the judge begins to speak, this will pick up. So apologies in advance. or any sort of dead air, but that's just because we're waiting. So I'll fill that time by sort of talking. Okay, Sean Combs is brought in. He's in a white shirt. He's put his papers that he has in his hands under the table. He has leaned back and he's blown kisses to the gallery, which include his mother, Brian Steele, who is the black male attorney that you've seen Sean Combs with. That's his attorney. He's standing next to him and he's whispering in his ear. That's the latest there. You know, and so let's go to what the DOJ is asking for. They're asking for 11 and a half years. That is very strict, given this particular, the Mann Act. The Mann Act is, you know, doesn't call for that amount of time based on alone. But because Sean Combs has a high propensity for violence, also, what is also a sentence enhancer is the defendant's resistance to accountability. That also is in the statute. That's considered a sentence enhancer. So those two elements, the violence and Sean Combs's refusal up until today or whenever he wrote that letter to take accountability for his actions, increases the allowance for a higher sentence. And this is according to the federal guidelines. The Department of Probation, who will also speak at this hearing, and in addition to the Department of Justice, the Department of Probation has asked for 7.5 years. I think it's they've asked for from a range of 5 to 7.5 years. And of course, Sean Combs's team is hoping for time served around 14 months. What's the likelihood that Sean Combs will get time served? I mean, it's low. It's a low likelihood that Sean Combs will get time served. It's a very, very nil to zero likelihood that Sean Combs will receive, will walk out of that courtroom today, you know, a free man. That's something that probably won't happen. He's going to receive some jail time. Now, you know, what do I think? I think that he could be looking at from anywhere from, I don't know, 5 to 8 years, depending. I've watched or paid attention to Judge Submaranian's sentencing as recent as yesterday. And he sentenced somebody to 114 months yesterday. And that's based on Judge Submaranian's sentencing sort of leaning in the middle as it relates to the Department of Probation and the prosecution. He has sort of in some cases leaned a little bit towards the defense, but in this case he won't, because the request from the defense is unreasonable. So I don't think he's going to lean in that direction at all, quite frankly. I think that it is going to be hard for him to get anything from him, and that from anything that's going to look like months or time served. That's going to be very difficult. The Department of Justice was very clear as to why. They wrote a 16-page filing as to why they asked for the 11.5 years. They are being very strict on it. They're saying, listen, this guy, he has been violent. Look at all of the actions that he, you know, put towards Miss Cassandra Ventura, Miss Daphne Joy, all of the employees that he, you know, spoke to. I'm sorry, that he sort of, you know, was violent towards. Mia is another person who was an assistant to him that she claims that he was violent towards him. Mia has been given special permission to speak. Now, her testimony will be, or her speech today, whatever she's going to say, will be very interesting because of the fact that Mia is claiming that Sean Combs RAPED'd her, that he physically assaulted her, that he drugged her. The defense have tried very, very hard to keep Mia, who was a witness for the Department of Justice, who was a witness for the uh a witness against his antics, really, to say that this is the character that this guy is. She was a witness in this particular case, and the defense team tried to keep her from actually speaking in this case. Mark Agnifilio made a huge filing yesterday where he said she wasn't believed by the jury. So why are we even laying claim to her today? And the reason for that, and he made a great case, but the judge has allowed her to speak, and the reason the judge allowed her to speak is because of the fact that there's something called the Victims' Bill of Rights, essentially, and the Victims' Bill of Rights essentially say that any victim or anyone that is aware of a defendant's character, conduct, etc., that the Department of Justice has a right to call them during the sentencing period as well. They don't have to be a statutory victim. A statutory victim is basically someone who is a victim of the circumstances or crimes that the defendant has been convicted of. Mia is not a statutory victim, but she is a victim as according to the Department of Justice. She is a victim of Sean Combs. She's a witness in the case, and so she is allowed to speak in this case, and the judge agreed. I think that speaks to how the judge feels about uh, Sean Combs and his defense team as well, but mostly about Sean Combs. I do not think that the judge likes Sean Combs. I'm going to keep it real with you. Um, I've been sort of resisting to say that. I've heard other people say it, but I can be real with you on the sentencing date now that we're here. I don't think he likes him, but that's not supposed to impair his judgment or whatsoever. He has to go on the facts. And that's the reason why when you see the filings come through from Judge Submaranian, he backs all of his opinion, his filing decisions up with an insurmountable amount of case law, because he is being very sure and very clear that no one can say that he has, been prejudiced because of his feelings towards Sean Combs, or prejudiced by anyone in the courtroom. Okay, so he's been he has displayed a fair amount of equity and parity in this case. I think he's done a great job as a judge in judging this case. Okay, all rise. Says the clerk. The clerk, this is U.S. versus Sean Combs. Do we have the signed order of forfeiture? This is the DOJ saying, yes, I'm handing it up. The judge says, first, I'll go over that I have received the pre-sentencing reports, and now I'll hear from the parties. The judge says, I have received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciate the letters, he says. Judge Submaranian says, I've received the government's letters from Miss Cassandra Ventura and others. He says, I appreciate them. So we'll keep going there. Of course, I mentioned Sean Combs. He wrote that 4-page letter. That's the letter that the Judge Submaranian is talking about. Also, Judge Submaranian is speaking about the letters that Cassandra Ventura wrote. She talked about the fact that Sean Combs, she still has nightmares about Sean Combs doing the things he did to her. The fact that she risked her health, her baby's health, by testifying on that stand some 3 or 4 months ago, when she was 9 months pregnant. I believe she gave birth right after her testimony, sometime after that. Okay, Combs, this is Combs' defense. He says, we're going to submit a course evaluation from the MDC. That's the center where Sean Combs is being held. She says, we don't have a copy. Judge says, please give her one. And then, now we have a change now, guys. So the attorney for the DOJ says that Mia no longer wishes to address the court today. Mia, now this is the woman I was just telling you about that was accusing Sean Combs of, all these things. And she's not a statutory victim, but she is somebody who has accused Sean Combs of a myriad of things, including RAPE. The DOJ fought for her to be able to speak in this trial. The defense fought against it, and the judge ultimately agreed with the DOJ. But now we are hearing this morning that Mia no longer wishes to address the court. She's in part due to the fact the DOJ says that in part she doesn't want to address the court because of the bullying that the defense did in their letter to the court to Judge Submaranian. Now, yesterday I read the affidavit to you guys, what the defense said. I told you guys I thought it was pretty convincing, but it didn't convince Judge Submaranian, but it did stave Mia off. What did that note say? Well, the note, here we go. The DOJ says, we think the defense's letter violated Your Honor's rules. The judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate, he says, and it should not happen again. So again, Judge Submaranian is siding with the Department of Justice. Guys, this is very telling about how this sentence is going to go all day long today. He says, anyone beyond Mr. Combs that wants to speak. And then Mr. Combs's attorney says the Reverend and Mr. Combs's children will come up to the stand together. Now, there is a letter from clergy. I believe he is a priest in Miami who may be Sean Combs's private attorney. A private priest. That person did write a note that came up this morning. So that was a filing that came up this morning. It was a late filing. He is a priest from Miami. Miami is one of Sean Combs's main residences. We had just heard from Sean Combs's defense team that person, the priest, will come up with Sean Combs's children. They will stand together, so they will likely speak collectively. But I want to go back to this Mia note. Now, Mia wanted to testify, or not testify, speak at the sentencing. She's now not doing that. And the Department of Justice is saying because Sean Combs' team bullied her. Now, the note was inappropriate. The filing that the defense filed against her speaking was inappropriate. Now, I mentioned to you guys, I thought it was very strong. They talked about how nobody believed her. The jury didn't believe that she was RAPED, and they didn't because there was no proof there, essentially. But the judge said this morning that Mr. Combs's defense tone was inappropriate, and he reprimanded them and said it should not happen again. And I'm just saying, guys, this is very clear how this is going to go today. I think Judge Submaranian is showing us a little bit of a window into how he's going to handle this case today. This is not going to be a fast and loose day for the defense. Judge Submaranian is not playing any games in this sentencing already. Combs's attorney says also Giovanni from the program, Ms. Slavic, the judge asked. Ms. Slavic, of course, is the Department of Justice. She says Rule 32 only applies to the parties and victims. The court is within its rights to exclude character witnesses. Judge Furman has used this to limit defense witnesses. So this is as it relates to the defense. She's calling in a Rule 32. Some of the information that we get will not be, whole, complete sentences. So you guys will have to bear with me because this guy who's live tweeting all of this, he's trying to do this really quickly. So therefore, he's not going to be giving me complete sentences. So sometimes when I'm reciting what he's saying, it'll look like I don't know what he's saying, but I'm just trying to decipher it as I'm reading it aloud to you and then explaining to you what's happening. So I'm not sure who Giovanni from the program is. It could be a program that Sean Combs is in there in the prison. There at MDC, they do make mention of that, but not sure exactly who this person is that they're talking about. But essentially, the Department of Justice doesn't want this person to speak. The judge says, but I can't allow them, correct? As I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia, because everybody can bring in character witnesses. And the DOJ says, well, it's up to your discretion. And the judge says, Mr. Steele, it is okay for the children and Dr. Johnson, or Reverend Dr. Johnson. And the judge is saying, I'll decide about other people that I'm going to allow to come up to speak. So just so you guys know how this goes, whereas there is no limit legally to how many people the DOJ can have to bring character, to talk about the character of the defendant also can have people speak on his behalf as it relates to his character. But all of this obviously is to the discretion of the judge. And that's what they're essentially talking about now. What is up to the judge's discretion and what is not? It is the judge's discretion as to whom he allows to speak and for the reasons thereof. So Mia no longer speaking is very interesting. Very, very interesting. This is an interesting card also that the DOJ is playing, where they're saying, oh, well, Mia no longer wants to speak because the defense bullied her. Imagine if I'm Sean Combs right now, I'm in my chair wanting to melt down to the size of an ant, because here I am fighting for, whether or not I'm going to spend the next 10 years in the Department of Corrections, or I'm leaving today, or I'm going to spend the next 2 years there. And here my defense counsel has been accused of bullying a witness in the case, speaking to her improperly, and even being live reprimanded by the judge during the sentencing. And this is sort of par for course that's happened to Combs's defense team. They are a strong team, but sometimes they're too strong and they do a little too much. This has sort of been the feeling throughout the entire case, where Agnifilio was coming off real raggedy during the cross examinations or during the trial court phase, and I don't think Judge Submaranian liked it. And now we're seeing the results of that. He did not like it at all, and he's saying as much. So let's go. Let's see if there's more. We're still waiting for the next here, but yes, it's crazy. It's going to be an interesting day. This is going to toggle back and forth. There's going to be a lot of that going on as it relates to, what, the judge decides, what he doesn't decide. I think what will be interesting in this case, what I'm for actually most interested in hearing in this case is I'm interested in hearing from the Department of Probation. Up until today, the Department of Probation, what they've had to say has been kept under lock and seal with the court. The only people who have seen it thus far is the Department of Justice and Diddy's defense, Sean Combs's defense. But I'm very interested to sort of see or hear what the Department of Probation has to say, because they are the ones that have been monitoring Mr. Combs while he's been in the MDC. They're the ones that sort of they did their own pre-sentencing investigation, which is par for course for every single trial in America. And the Department of Probation does that, gives their recommendation. It is weighed heavily in cases. It definitely is. The judge says, now as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. Now, this was brought up yesterday in the 61-page memo that was a response from the DOJ 16-page sentencing recommendation. So the judge is essentially addressing those things now. Now, as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range, he says. Acquitted conduct can be considered. See matters that can be considered. See U.S. versus Vaughn in the Second Circuit and other cases. So he shoots the defense out of the water immediately shoots them out of the water and says, actually, you're wrong. Acquitted conduct can be considered. Here's my case law to back me up. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under, and then he gives the case law on that. And then he says, now to the U.S. objections. They argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. Now, we're still waiting for him to continue, but the judge immediately, I think it highlights how this sentencing is going to go. The defense took 61 pages to object to the Department of Justice, and Judge Subramanian essentially blew it out of the water in less than a minute and moved on like they said nothing. Nope, you're wrong. Moving on to the Department of Justice's objections. Sorry, not gonna happen, he says. I mean, I mean, this is very telling about how this is going to go um, for the rest of the day. This is terrible. This is terrible for Sean Combs. That is. This is not going to be a good day for Sean Combs. I do not think so. So I'm still waiting to see what else the judge is saying here. But I think we can look for this to be the tone of the day. This just really seems like Judge Subramanian is not trying to entertain the defense and all the little merry-go-round antics. One thing I can tell you, and I sort of talked about this in one of my most recent episodes, is the fact that judges, district attorneys, Department of Justice, etc., they do not like when defendants or defense teams victim blame. When people have been acquitted, or I'm sorry, have been actually convicted of something, and then they go and they victim blame and they say, well, da 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 da. They do not take too kindly to that, and I think that's what's going on here. So we're waiting all of this, and you have to remember that the judge is going to take into consideration all of the conduct that Sean Combs has put into all of this. Not only Sean Combs's conduct, but also his legal team. Again, it's very important to outline the fact that this judge has been involved in this particular case since the beginning. So he's looking at everything. He's looking at all of this, everything that comes into play. He's looking at it all. So I think that, again, the defense's actions throughout all of this has backfired on them. I think this is the reason why we've, seen just this morning that the judge is just not trying to be bothered with a lot of all of the craziness that antics that the defense has put forth. He's not interested in that. I also think that Judge Subramanian is just exhausted with this case too. I do. Judges get exhausted with cases as well. I think Judge Subramanian is ready to be done with this. Now, just so you know, if this sentencing is not up to the liking of Sean Combs's defense team, they will appeal immediately. They will immediately appeal the ruling. And no one should think that that's just some little sort of superpower or anything. It's pretty par for course. It's normal for a defendant to appeal a sentencing that they don't like, that they think is unconstitutional, they think it's unfair, or whatever the case is. I wouldn't even be a bit surprised if he also tried to get released while his appeals go through. That's kind of weird, but people do try to do that. It won't work on this one because this guy hasn't been released even before in the waiting phase of the sentencing, so that's not going to happen. But they will appeal this thing immediately. Like they don't like what the judge has said, they will appeal it. We're still waiting for our person on the inside of the courtroom. Okay, here's the judge speaking. There is a little precedent on what type of threat is required, and he's talking about the sexual abuse guideline as it relates to the Mann Act. He says there is little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes most sense, meaning his propensity for violence. Concrete harms to force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in SEX acts. So he's talking about the violence that Sean Combs displayed on Cassie Ventura and Daphne Joy in order to comply with the SEX acts with the escorts. He's talking about the sentence enhancement for this particular case. He says, does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? And he's explaining. He says, there was the flight from Cannes. And if you all don't know what the flight from Cannes is, the judge is referring to the flight from Cannes where Sean Combs tells Cassie Ventura on the plane that he wants a freak off as soon as he lands in New York. She says, I don't want to do this anymore. And then he texts her on the flight and says, if you don't, I'm going to release these videotapes. Remember, he often videoed the freak offs. So the judge right now is referring to the threats that Sean Combs put on Cassie Ventura if she did not comply to his whims of wanting this freak off, which would include a hired worker, a SEX worker, when they landed in New York from Cannes. That is what the judge is referring to. That is a sentence enhancer as it relates to the violence, but it's also a sentence enhancer as it relates to coercion. A lot of people will get confused by this because they think that the coercion part only referred to the SEX trafficking, which he was acquitted of, but it doesn't. Coercion also comes into play with the Mann Act, and it is considered a sentence enhancer, something that can allow the sentence legally to allow the defendant legally to be sentenced much more higher range than just the Mann Act itself. So it can tack time on, essentially, is what I'm saying. Okay. Did that, let's say no, that's that. Okay. Did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak offs. But in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross references. But since I can consider it under, then he gives case law, it does not impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal. This is the obstruction part I talked to you guys about earlier in this broadcast, the obstruction where Sean Combs purposely marked certain pads as legal so that the Department of Justice would not have access to it when in fact it was nothing legal. It wasn't privileged information at all. He just didn't want the Department of Justice to have their hands on it. His team falsely claimed that the Department of Justice had privileged information, but they didn't. And it turned out to be a lie. And the Department of Justice actually accused Sean Combs of obstruction in that particular case. So that is what the judge is talking about right now. He says, next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal, that was troubling, but the intention is not clear. Okay. The government could have pushed to clarify it, he says. So I will not apply that to the enhancement. So he is not going to apply the obstruction of justice part to the sentence as a sentence enhancement. That's out of the water, he said. Okay. So that's out of the water. He's also not going to apply the cross references as it relates to the bodily harm, or not bodily harm, the coercion across the board as well. He says he can consider it under a different sort of case law, but it does not impact the sentence, whatever he's decided already the sentence to be. Okay. So we're waiting. He says the government objects to probation, not considering that Jane Doe and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. And he says, I overruled this. What made Combs's coercion effective was their condition anyway. The court would reach the same conclusion. Now on to Mr. Combs's objection. So he's basically saying that the government objects to probation. The Department of Probation is what he's referring to. He's saying that the government objects to the Department of Probation not considering Jane Doe or Miss Ventura in their recommendations, or recognizing them as vulnerable victims. So he overruled that because he feels that Cassie Ventura and Jane Doe are vulnerable victims. He said that this is the thing that made Sean Combs's coercion effective. It was effective because they were vulnerable victims. So the court reaches the same conclusion as the Department of Justice, but it doesn't change the outcome of the case. Now they're going on to Sean Combs's objections. So we're continuing on. We're waiting for all of that. So now somebody made a good point in there. I'm going to talk about it. The vulnerable part. Sometimes when you think of people who are vulnerable, you think of people who are like disabled or something like that. But vulnerable as it relates to the law could also be people who are in situations in which the defendant, for lack of legal term, has total control over that person. And that is what the judge was referring to as he referred to Jane Doe and Cassie Ventura, that they were vulnerable victims, even though the Department of Probation did not refer to them as such. They were. The judge, Mr. Combs, objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as a victim. This is not going to go well. This is not going to go well. That is overruled, he said. Again, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as a victim. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts who were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. To repeat, Mr. Combs objects to Miss Ventura and Jane Doe as being victims. That's overruled. Mr. Combs objects to the escorts being characterized as victims, and that is also overruled. The judge is saying, I do see Miss Ventura, Jane Doe, and the escorts as victims. He said that they were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. So this is not going to go well because this is a sentence enhancer for Sean Combs in the Mann Act. Also, this is not going to go well for Sean Combs in sentencing because he's not being accountable for the fact that these people that we're talking about here are victims. And it also makes his 4-page letter sound crazy because he apologizes for his conduct, but yet in his filings, he says that, Miss Ventura and Miss Jane Doe are not victims. He's going on. He's going to talk about the escorts now. Here's the judge. There was Jules and Paul and Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico. As to coercion, when something, if voluntarily, it is uncompelled, that is from Black Law's dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos, like with the can flight I mentioned, and to Jane's home, that's coercion. He's talking about the threats. He's talking about, if you don't do this, I'm going to release the videos. If you don't do that, when he asked, or he got the $20,000, I guess, from the parents of Cassie Ventura, but also with Jane's house, where he said, well, if you don't do this, I won't pay for your home anymore. And so the judge is saying that is coercion, that is coercion, and that is a sentence enhancer, ladies and gentlemen. This is not looking good for Sean Combs. This is going to be a steep sentence, I think. I think this is going to be a steeper sentence than a lot of people were expecting. Some people had comments on my video saying, oh, I think he's going to get 3 to 5 years. I never thought it was going to be that low. I'm saying I think it's going to be in the range from 5 to 8. And the way that the judge is really knocking it down right now, I'm thinking that it's going to be closer to the 8. Um, you know, but it's going to be a little bit crazy. And also, I'm sorry for the erratic, reading, because the judge is the people that we have in the courtroom that are actually giving us notes or whatever, they're typing really fast. So they're trying to do the best that they can to give us the minute by minute. So the way I'm reading it sounds a little, rough, because that's the way it's written. Because they're trying to keep up with everything that's happening. So apologies for that. But yeah, it doesn't look good. I can tell you from the what I'm hearing now, it sounds like the judge is gonna lay down the gauntlet on this. It's gonna be rough. This is gonna be, what do they call it? Rough justice, they said in the people's court. It's gonna be rough justice, but it's just gonna be rough, because I think, um Sean Combs is looking at a substantial amount of time. And I think, and a lot of people who read the letter, or, responding to me reading the letter, his 4-page letter last night, basically were like, this is BS. Like, one of my followers even said, if I was the judge, I'd throw him out of the courtroom if he says anything like that, because the letter was very much, in my opinion, I characterized it as a day late and a dollar short. Like, he's just sort of coming, with this, oh, I'm sorry, oh, I didn't mean it, oh, all these sorts of things. Now, because the DOJ has sort of thrown out their recommendation out there, and it's a scary recommendation. I also was a little bit, not I wasn't shocked, but I was surprised, which is a little tad different, by the DOJ's 11.5 year recommendation, only because I was thinking that they would be in the middle of the 5 to 8. But again, this could be their attempt to get the 5 to 8, closer to the 8, by starting high, kind of like, negotiation tactics, if you will, to get what they really want. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, uh, Sean Combs decided, I mean, not Sean Combs, if the judge rather decided to uh, sentence Sean Combs to the 11 years. It's certainly within his discretion, and to his discretion. It's also to his discretion to go even higher than that. I see somebody here in the comments um, saying, not our comments, but somebody else in the comments here, saying that the judge is bringing up things that Sean Combs was found not guilty on. Remember what I told you guys yesterday, some of you who may not have actually listened to that episode. The judge, per the law, the judge is allowed to consider these things. He's allowed to consider these things. He's actually not considering things that he wasn't found guilty on. But because coercion is a sentence enhancer as it relates to the Mann Act, to which Sean Combs was convicted of, and anything that the person is convicted of, the judge may consider any actions that has to do with that conviction. So what does that mean? That means that Sean Combs was convicted of the Mann Act. That means that the judge can consider any actions that Sean Combs took during the time in which he was paying for SEX work. So that means that he can consider the coercion that went on during the freak offs. Essentially, Sean Combs was acquitted of SEX trafficking. That is not what the judge is considering. The judge is talking about the coercion of vulnerable victims. And that goes into the Mann Act. It is a sentence enhancer that has its own set of guidelines related to the hiring, the transportation, and facilitation of SEX workers. So it is definitely within play. People got to learn what the law is, and people have to learn how the law is applied before you say things like, oh, well, the judge is considering things that he was acquitted of. That's not true. The judge goes on. He says, Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality, he says. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilt rather, full throatedly, including after the trial, he says. He's really getting on Combs about him not accepting accountability. Now, a defendant's not accepting accountability to a conviction is also a sentence enhancer. It is. It's part of the Mann Act sentence enhancements. There are probably about four aggravated categories that go along with the Mann Act that can make a conviction, a sentencing for the Mann Act go higher than the actual standard guidelines. And I think Judge Submaranian is pulling in various sentence enhancements here as it relates to the Mann Act, because I think he is going to sentence fairly strict. I think he's going to go very high on this sentencing. He says, let me repeat, he says that Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. But that is contradicted by reality, because in fact, when he did pay for these people to come in, they were having sex. He says Mr. Combs has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. He says that he's challenged his guilt at every turn. He said, including after the trial, which he has because he did it during the bail hearings where he tried to get bail. And he basically said, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. And try to get out of jail every time. I talked to you guys about that. I talked to you guys about it at the time. All of that. A lot of people were upset with me for talking about it. Oh, you just hate him. No, this is the reality. And now the chickens have come home to roost, because now the judge is talking to him and saying, nope, sentence enhancer, we're going. Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but in 2024 on other issues. That is not possible, he says. Under the Second Circuit's one book rule, it's not possible. Next, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because he claims there are no victims. That is denied, he says. The judge goes on. He says, I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Mr. Combs says, yes, sir. The judge says, Mr. Steele, did you review it? And Tenny Garagos answers, and she says, well, I did. The judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment on this case. Okay. So the forfeiture order, is basically sort of like property that's linked to, criminal activity, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what he's talking about. This is a legal term and very essentially, and he's basically denying Mr. Combs, who says that he's objecting to the $5,000 assessment under the statute of what the worth of the forfeiture order is. So that judgment is made in the case. That is what that is all about, in case you were wondering. Okay, let's see if we get more. We're waiting there on it to see if there's more there. But this is the chickens coming home to roost for Mr. Combs. This is very much a situation where, Judge Submaranian essentially is done with the BS. He's done with the BS. He's like, nope, you didn't want to take accountability. You don't want to recognize these people as vulnerable victims. You keep saying you didn't do it, that you weren't paying people for sex, that you were paying for time, but it's obvious through the evidence that you are paying for SEX. So that's the reality. Don't tell me that your intention is not to pay for SEX and that, oh, we were just paying for time. And then every single time you had a free golf or a hotel night, that the result was that you had SCX or that you paid people to have SCX with the girlfriends. That's called prostitution. That's essentially what it's called. And that's what the judge is saying. Don't play in my face, is what he's saying, essentially. The judge goes on, he says, all remaining objections are overruled. Anything else you got going on, it's overruled, he says. Teddy Yargos comes in and says, well, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceration sentence. Judge says, well, we can address that. And Teddy Yargos says, if necessary. Well, he is going to impose a sentence of incarceration, Miss Yargos. I know you're hoping he goes home today, but this is not going to be like the victory laps y'all took at the end of the trial, when your client still didn't get out of jail on that and you thought he would, but he didn't. So this is going to be more of that. The difference is he's going to be going to prison. The only question is for how long at this point, right? So we're waiting. Okay. This is Combs Attorneys, Ms. Shapiro. I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively, meaning, we gave you a long brief on this. The judge says, yeah, 380 pages. And Shapiro says, well, we raised due process. We raised the fairness concern set forth by Justice Sotomayor, of course, who is a Supreme Court justice. This case was not at all heard by the Supreme Court, but she is talking about case law that's already in precedence. That's what she's referring to. She says, we believe militant for our interpretation and preclude the court under Rule 3553. Let me look that up too while I have this, because I'm not super familiar with that rule. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is essentially the imposition of a sentence, and the court shall impose a sentence sufficient but not greater than necessary. So it's basically the fairness of a sentence is what she's referring to. Got it. Okay. So, let's see here. What else is here? So we're just waiting for the next one. Yeah, this Rule 3553 essentially outlines the factors the federal courts must consider when imposing a sentence, essentially. So it's basically like a fair balance sentence, that the sentence has to be fair. So, this is also, Shapiro trying to, when Teddy Yargos says, well, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceration sentence. She's really trying to get a feel for what the judge is going to do. And she's basically saying, like, yeah, it may not impact the entire sentence, but it may impact our client's ability to get a lower sentence. And she's right, because I believe that really what the judge is really outlining here for us is the groundwork for the reasons that he is going to really tax Sean Combs. I think so. I think that's what this is. I think this is the groundwork for the judge sort of setting the scene, setting the stage for Sean Combs getting a substantial sentence. And I think people in the courtroom who have knowledge thereof, the lawyers in the courtroom, and maybe even Sean Combs himself at this point, since he's so engrossed in his case, they may know that as well, which is the reason Ms. Shapiro popped in and said, excuse me, Rule 3553, you know, because she thinks it sounds a little much. Okay, this is her again. She says, I wanted to preserve this for appeal should there be an appeal of your sentence. And the judge says, well, it is preserved. The probation sentence report says the offense level is a 27, and I agree with that. The criminal history is a category 1, since he is just like never had anything going on. And that leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. I'll repeat that with the people in the back. People in the back. He hasn't given the sentence, but he's setting it up so that you know what's going to happen. He says, he says the pre-sentencing report says that the offense is a level 27. I agree with that. The criminal history is a category 1. That leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. Okay. What is to years? Okay, 87 months to years is about 7 years. 7 years is what he's saying. So just on that alone, even though he has no previous criminal history, but the offense category is high. And so that leads to a guideline to at most 7 years. And that would be in the realm of what the Department of Probation recommended. The judge, he says, I'll hear from the government now. The government said, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. This is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims, about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months, which is the 11 and a half years that the government asked for. I mean, I think that what we're seeing, guys, is that Sean Combs, as we stated, is not walking out of there today. I think we're looking at a man who is going to spend at least the next 5 to 8 years on lockdown in the Department of Corrections. The question is like, will Sean Combs be able to handle that? Will his family, will people who have a lot of depend on him for things be able to handle that? Children, family, things of that nature. Obviously financially they should be okay. His finances are still intact. So financially his family will be taken care of, but other than that, emotionally, and I don't know how much emotionally he was, really there for his family in the first place. That's what I was kind of like confused on when he was saying like, I need to be there for them and this, that, and the third, because I don't know how much he was really there for him. Half the time he was on drugs and out of his mind. You know what I mean? Okay. The Department of Justice goes on. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court can split the difference, which was kind of like what I said, which was aiming high so they can get maybe somewhere in the middle. We think that the Department of Probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. Okay. So now she has said that the DOJ says that the Department of Probation is asking for 5 years. 60 months is 5 years. She's saying that that's what the Department of Probation is recommending. The judge said that the PSR report, the pre-sentencing report, recommends a sentence of somewhere in the 7.5 year range. And now, of course, the DOJ is saying, yeah, but that's not enough. And we think that it should be the 135 months because the Department of Probation did not or is not considering Jane and Cassie as vulnerable victims. And so their recommendation lacks the lacks that element essentially of as it relates to Cassie and Jane. It lacks that. So they're asking for 5 years without considering the victims in the case, Cassandra Ventura and Daphne Joy is what she's saying. So yeah, that's what they're saying. So right now they're sort of going into a toggle as to what's appropriate and what's not, essentially. And she says, this is not, I'm gonna read this again. This is not just a case about freak offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims in general, about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized his control, essentially. And that all of the Rule 3553 as it relates to this crime factors point to at least, she says, at least 135 months, which is the 11 and a half years. She goes on. She says, the defendant tries to argue this is just a sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is just lip service. Which actually what she's saying, and I'll repeat, the defendant tries to argue this is just about sex, drugs, rock and roll lifestyle, but this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. And what she's saying is essentially what Judge Submaranian in part has said in the past during these bail filings, where he subsequently denied Sean Combs bail. This is very similar to what Judge Submaranian said during those times where, the defendant is not being accountable for what he's done. The defendant, though at trial, the defense said this was domestic violence and he's violent and he's saying, I don't do sex trafficking, but I have a domestic violence problem. But now he's saying, I abide by the law, but he really doesn't. And that's essentially what she's saying here. She goes on, she says, Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. Are y'all hearing this? Are you guys hearing this? I am gagged. I am gagged by this. That Sean Combs literally has speaking engagements booked in Miami for next week, guys. This is how confident he is that he is going to get the sentence to just time served. I'm hopping on my jet. I'm going to go do a speaking engagement, whatever that looks like. She says that is the height of hubris. The height of hubris. Okay? Which is essentially just somebody who is just entitled. Okay? The height of being somebody is like, oh, that don't apply to me. Which is essentially playing into what he's been accused of being all along, which is somebody who just does whatever it is he wants to do. Speaking engagements. He's so self-assured that he's going to get off. This is what she's saying. He's so self-assured that he is going to get this time served, that he has booked speaking engagements in Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris, the height of self-assuredness, the height of entitlement. She said he did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal, she says. She says he knew it was illegal. I am still gagged by the fact this man has speaking engagements booked for next week in Miami. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Speaking engagements booked for next week in Miami? What? This is insanity. This is insanity to me. Is he serious right now? Like, sir, sir, you being a little overzealous by booking yourself for speaking engagements, and you don't even know where you're going to be laying your head down for the next 5 years. It's not like they recommended no time for you, Sean Combs, the Department of Probation. Did he get the news that I got? It was recommended for him to spend the next 11 and a half years in prison by the DOJ, or that the Department of Probation was recommending 7.5 years? Did he not get that memo? And this is the kind of entitlement that Judge Submaranian does not like about Sean Combs. And I have heard it over and over again as it relates to, well, the judge doesn't like Sean Combs. This is kind of why. This is why the judge doesn't like Sean Combs, because he's walking around here saying stuff like he has speaking engagements booked for next week. Like, is he serious right now? Is he really serious right now? Like, this is wild to me. Wild to me. Hi, Simi. This is wild. This is just totally wild to me. I'm still trying to, you know, gulp this down. That he would have speaking. I mean, at least wait until you get a sentence before you actually make anyone aware that you have speaking engagements booked for next week. At least let the sentence, roll in. That's wild. It's one thing for you to be confident that, this is going to work out, but it's another thing for you to be just an entitled fool to book actual speaking engagements. And who are these people that he booked the speaking engagements with? That's what I would like to know. Like, who are the people? Do we know who the people are? Who are these people that booked the speaking engagements? I have heard it all now. That is so wild to me. That the degree of entitlement by Mr. Combs is unprecedented. He's right that he should be teaching these free game classes, because he can give a master class in self-assuredness for sure. I mean, yes, he should be the master teacher of self-entitlement and self-assuredness, because he has that down pat. Okay, she continues. Even in cases that decline to apply the cross reference, significant sentences are handed down. And she gives some case law on that. This is a case, the U.S. Versus Dylan Jordan. And this person got 5 years. And the judge declined to apply the cross reference across the board, like he's talking about in this case, as it relates to the coercion, I believe, across the board. She's saying that in that case, the U.S. versus Dylan Jordan, that person still got 5 years, which was substantial, based upon what that person was convicted of, right? So she's saying that significant sentences are still handed down in this district, even in cases that decline to apply the cross reference, which is the case in this particular case. So, whoo, that is interesting. That is very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. I mean, like the self-assuredness and the entitlement of this thing is really wild. Some people are saying, "Oh, it seems like, the DOJ has it out personally for Sean Combs." I think they don't like him. I think they don't like what he did. I think that they don't like the fact that he, abused women. I think that, I want to say this too. Judge Submaranian has an opportunity to set precedents, but he also has an opportunity to send a message as it relates to these kinds of crimes and people who have money and have prestige and power. And I think this is what the defense is afraid of. And you even heard it in the letter yesterday that Sean Combs wrote, where he says, even if you decide to make an example out of me. So he's very, very aware that that is something on the menu, or that could be on the menu for him, because of the fact that Sean Combs goes around doing things like setting up, speaking engagements, for himself, even though he hasn't been actually, sentenced in the case. You know what I mean? So I think that what we're looking at is, first of all, we have to remember that Sean Combs is a domestic abuser. He's already been labeled a predator, which I think he's a predator personally, based on the case and what I've seen. He's also somebody who will by any means try to win, and as was already stated, and she's right, um, his his currency is control. Even in the situation that he's in now, I mean, that is not something that you can sober yourself out of based upon being in jail, right? It's just like it's part of his addiction, right? Is being in control of situations and people and things of that nature, getting people to do what he wants them to do. So, with that framework, Judge Submaranian has a real opportunity, and it is just coincidence that we are in Domestic Violence Awareness Month, October's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. um but he has a real opportunity to really uh send a message, and I wouldn't say make an example, but sending a message to people that this kind of behavior, I don't care how much money you have, I don't care how much prestige you have, I don't care who you are, where you live, what tax bracket you're in, you may not do this to people. Judge Submaranian moves on. He said, he's speaking now. He says, in Jordan, this is US versus Dylan Jordan, where the guy got 5 years. The defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? And that's why judge varied upward. And the prosecutor says, yes, that is correct, as well as other factors. And the judge says, so there is a distinguishing feature, he says. And so that's the last thing we heard there. Um, but I think that, you know, it's hard to say minute by minute what, the judge is going to do, because this is a game of volleyball. And those of you who watched the trial, um, knew then that this is kind of how it works. Like, 1 minute it seems the defense is winning, the next minute it seems the, DOJ is winning, et cetera, et cetera. This is kind of how this thing goes. It's a volley. But what I will tell you is this is also how the law works. Um, you know, it's really knowing the rules to the game and playing the best rules for the situation that you're in. But we also do have, circumstances where, um, you know, the judge actually uh doesn't like a certain situation. And he's going to, go by the guidelines, but that doesn't mean he's not going to give his 2 cents. I think that's what's going on here. I don't think Judge Submaranian likes Sean Combs. I don't think he likes what happened. I think he was disgusted by what happened in the situation. You could kind of tell during the trial court phase of the um of the case that he was just perplexed a lot of the time. He was also stupefied by Sean Combs's defense team and how they constantly try to play him crazy and also try to, circumvent the rules. That's just the facts. That Sean Combs's team tried to do that. They tried to circumvent the rules, get special treatment, all of that. And that sort of plays into the hand of Sean Combs's celebrity status. And I think Judge Submaranian was very clear that that wouldn't be happening in his courtroom. I mean, I think that's what we're looking at. So I don't know. I don't know. I think the argument that's being made now by the DOJ are arguments that are being made to potentially try and try to minimize the opportunity for an appeal that Sean Combs's team will likely file immediately following sentencing. So this is what I mean by rules to the game. So what you're hearing now, this back and forth volley about, well, they didn't give a minimum here and there. It may seem like, the DOJ is losing, but they're not. They're arguing to minimize the opportunity so that the defense can't immediately try to tear apart whatever sentencing is handed down and try to appeal out of it. Now, he has a right to appeal, but it's just how easy can they appeal out? And I think that's what she's trying to lock him into now. There are so many rules and game plays that the prosecution can actually utilize ahead of time to basically concrete their sentencing. So that's what she's kind of doing now. That's what I believe she's doing. Let's go back here and see if we have any. She goes on and she says, there also is a case by Judge Kimba Wood. The Mann Act cases with fear, violence, and threats routinely get significant sentences. She says, this is not a simple transportation case, but it has major aggravators. As to Cassie, he hit and stomped her. The video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial, and it never got easier. As to Jane, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. So this is more of sort of them sort of bringing the defense's words back to them. And this is basically back to what I said, winning the battle but losing the war. At trial, during the closing arguments, they definitely got Mr. Combs out of the woods of the SEX trafficking. But what they did not do is they did not get him out of the woods as regards to domestic violence. They actually admitted that it was domestic violence. I don't think they thought it through. And then, like hours later, when the judge had to decide whether or not, Mr. Combs was going to get bail, Judge Submaranian brought it back to him. Well, it was your words during the closings that said that this guy was a domestic abuser, that the video at the LA hotel showed that it was domestic violence. And so these are the reasons why we're not letting him out of jail now. And now here it comes again, the nightmare to haunt them again in this statement by the DOJ. At trial, they said that they owned the violence from that video. She brings it up again. She goes on. She said, admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. She says, freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. And we know that's the truth because both of the women said that, particularly Jane, who said she just wanted to have the relationship with Sean Combs. And that was the only way that he was willing to have this relationship. She goes on. She said he had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes it clear that she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's texts make clear her anguish and trauma. So we're getting into the fact that, Cassie was humiliated, and getting back into that testimony that Cassie gave on the stand while she was 9 months pregnant, talking about how humiliated and abused she was if she didn't do what he wanted to do, the things that would happen to her, and the kind of things he wanted her to do. Goes on. She says Mia. Now, Mia again is the young lady who wanted to speak but decided not to because she felt like she was being bullied by the defense. And the judge agreed. And the judge said, yeah, it is bullying and it better not happen again. She says Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash, the stylist who jumped on Diddy's back, said that he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark, one of his former assistants, says that he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson, wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. Oh, goodness. Yeah, real and serious. And I think when people look at the Sean Diddy Combs case and they look at, the fact that he was, convicted of the Mann Act, they forget about all of the other things that Sean Combs has done. And they don't think about the fact that these particular characteristics can actually be, used in deciding what his fate is. All of this is fair game. Some people are, oh, well, they're not allowed to talk about that. Yes, they are. It's all fair game. When you talk about, and this is part of the Victims' Bill of Rights. There is no limit to the amount of people that the Department of Justice can bring to speak to Sean Combs's character, especially people who were subpoenaed by the Department of Justice who spoke up during the trial, who were on the witness stand, or who spoke up during the investigatory phase of the case before trial. All of this is game on. All of this. And the reason why this is game on, besides the Victims' Bill of Rights, was because these people can actually speak to the character of Sean Combs as recent as last year. We keep hearing that, he's a changed person, that he doesn't do these things anymore, that if he's let out of jail, he won't do this. But as of last year, before he was incarcerated, he was doing it. Gina Young, the girlfriend, she gave a statement, and part of that statement, she says, oh, well, he turned himself in. He actually did not turn himself in. Let's remember that Sean Combs did not turn himself in. He was arrested at the Hyatt Regency there in New York, where he had just finished or was getting ready to complete a freak off. The Department of Homeland Security went up to that hotel room, found little packets of coke and baby oil and Glide and all sorts of things, and women's high heels and all these things that he utilized during the freak-offs. He never turned himself in. So I want that lie to stop. Yeah, exactly. So much fake news. I want that lie to stop. He didn't turn himself in. He didn't. Turning yourself in is actually driving yourself to the police station or to the headquarters there in New York at the FBI or the Homeland Security and saying, I'm here to turn myself in. That's turning yourself in. Turning yourself in is not, being at the Hyatt Regency and waiting for them to come get you, or waiting for them to come get you while you, in the meantime, get ready for a freak off. We heard from the witnesses in the case that said he was actually preparing for that he was getting ready for a hotel night. So we got to remember that. Like, come on, guys. Come on. Let's keep it a buck here. Back to the DOJ. She says he downplays the abuse, calling it rare, but it was not rare, she says. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual, she says. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Absolutely, I agree. I think that's a great point that she's making there, because the defense has routinely said that, oh, it was rare that this happened. Cassie said that she was involved in hundreds of freak offs over the course of this relationship that lasted from roughly about 2009 to 2018. She said that she was involved in hundreds of freak offs that she couldn't even count, that Combs coerced, forced her into. All of that is taken into consideration here. And also the beatings, like as the Department of Justice is saying, the beatings is not something that was mutual, not at all. It's not like we're looking at photos of Sean Combs with a busted lip. Okay. One thing that comes to mind, as you recall, when Sean Combs had Cassie get the breast surgery, the breast augmentation, and then he didn't like how it turned out, and so the day after had her get get the breast augmentation done again. That's abuse. I don't know how many of you have had any type of surgery. Doesn't matter if it was cosmetic or not, but if you've had cosmetic surgery is very dangerous to get in terms of, like, the vulnerability of your body. And for someone to get the cosmetic surgery to begin with, I think she was only like 20 at the time, and then say, oh, I don't like the way it turned out, and pay the doctor, who should be disbarred, by the way, pay the doctor to redo the surgery to this guy's liking the day after the surgery, is abuse. It is abuse at the highest order. At the highest order. That's just an example. She goes on. He blames doctors for prescriptions, meaning Sean Combs. He pretends he is the victim. He does. She's right about that. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age, she says. He choked Jane Doe at 54 years old. So I don't know if this is a situation where, uh, there was information given. Yeah, the doctor should, that's why I said, Timmy, I said the doctor should be disbarred, or whatever they call them, decertified, take his license, because there is no way that that doctor should have performed that surgery on Cassie. I mean, you can't do that. You know how long it takes to recover from cosmetic surgery? It could take like years, and that's good cosmetic surgery, because when you have cosmetic surgery, essentially they are, reconstructing the body, but there are nerves and everything that is like sort of attached there, and it takes years to sort of recover and get yourself back together. But at the day after, and when I heard that, I could not believe that. I could not believe that's like somebody going to go get back surgery, and then the day after having another surgery in that same area to correct something. Would never do that. It is cruel. And it highlights the level of his cruelty. It highlights the level of the fact that he didn't even view Cassie as human. I think that's what we really have to like look at here, that there is a level of dehumanizing that he did with Cassie. And actually, there's a level of dehumanization that you have to put someone in category wise to treat them in the way in which he treated Cassie and Jane Doe, but especially Cassie. That is wild to me. When I heard that, I understood at that time, and that came out during trial, by the way. That wasn't something that I just heard on, like, the internet or anything. Everything that I talk about is a receipt from trial, and that came out during the trial. And when that came out during the trial, I understood full well what the kind of monster Sean Combs is. I got that. And a person like that, you can't believe them. You just can't, even at this stage. They go on. Prostitution cases, causes other problems. It happens out of the public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message of the public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. At least, we are asking at least 135 months are necessary for this. And that's it for her, for the DOJ. The judge has given the court a break. I'm going to take a break, but I'm not going to go like away, like remove the stream or anything. I'm going to take a break because I'm going to feed my dog. So the court's on a break. I'm going to go on a brief, like few minute break as well, but keep it locked. We'll be back and we'll come back to you guys. I'll come back to you guys with the next. But this is wild, guys. This is wild. I think, next we can expect to hear from the kids, from other people. They had said that this hearing probably be about 4 or 5 hours. If we were even able to finish today, we probably have to finish it on Monday or so, or the next time he had time in the docket. So we'll see how this is going to go. But I think Sean Combs, number one, can definitely expect not to walk out of here today with time served. And I think he can definitely expect some for him to be given some months, some years, excuse me. Okay, guys. Okay, Simi, you're gonna feed your dog. I'm gonna feed mine. We'll be back, guys. I'll see you soon. See you in a few. Okay, 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 okay. Still waiting for her to come back, but it's very interesting. There's a video, guys, that's being played, or that will be played, during the court proceedings for Sean Combs, and I guess it's like, yeah, my dog actually, somebody else in my house was actually feeding my dog, so I didn't actually need to break, but I'm glad I did because he was running around here being crazy. So you know how that goes. So it's a good spot for the everybody to take a break. So anyway, there is a video that will be played, I guess, at a later date. Well, not a later date, a later time in the court proceedings. And it's like a Sean Combs video. And I haven't watched it in totality. I was kind of like taking a look at it while I was um feeding the dog. And it's, to me, it's bizarre because it's like, you know, like a video, but it looks like a promotional video. It's like, it's definitely a video that is from somebody who has the resources to, like, you know, create like um kind of like a splash reel, if you will. It's kind of like a reel or a splash reel of somebody's life, like, you know, and I it's basically trying to play on the heartstrings of the judge, and it's basically full of like things with about his family. I think that the video is 11 minutes long, I think. So I'm not sure if like they're gonna like watch the entire video or whatever. Usually with these sorts of things, they don't actually play these videos in court for the sentencing because um it's just for the judge actually. And there's like no jury to play this for. So it'll be very interesting. Supposedly they're gonna play the video. We'll see how that goes. It's bizarro to me. I'll just be honest with you. I think it's bizarro town for, in my opinion, because it just seems so weird to me that he would like play this 11-minute video. Like, that's interesting. So the judge needed to go to the bathroom. So that gave us all an opportunity to, you know, take a break. So he probably needed to go to the bathroom so that he could get himself together because he's like, I cannot believe that Sean Combs is this idiotic. I'm telling you guys, I am still tripping off the fact that Sean Combs has speaking engagements um planned for the next couple of weeks. Like that for next week. That is wild to me. Speaking engagements, like, sir, are you serious right now? It's just so funny to me. I'm like, what? Who? I really want to know who is actually the person or the people who book these speaking engagements. Who are you going to speak to? Who? Oh my goodness. Do they allow you to do the speaking engagements intercom conference from the prison? Cause it might that might be the need. You might have to do that from the big house. Cause sir, sir, sir. Yeah, hubris is the right word. I believe it was the DOJ who used the term, but hubris is definitely the word for this sort of thing. And I believe it was AUSA Miss Slavic who used the term, and she is not wrong. Like, this level of self assuredness, you know, entitlement is wild, very, very wild indeed. Now, he does have, I wanted to kind of like read this because the Sean Combs has a letter from the clergy from Miami. Now, you guys may have heard me say that they were asking if the reverend doctor out of Miami could actually walk up to the podium and address the court with the kids, right? So the judge said that they could, do it. And so there is a letter from the clergy. Maybe I won't read it and I'll just let that kind of slide because it's not that long though. Let me put my hands on it. I had it ready. Um, and the video could end up not being played. Let me temper the room on that. This 15-minute video that Sean Combs has, it could end up not being played because the DOJ could object to it. Everything that's being like, put forth has to be, sort of argued in court. So the DOJ could object and the judge could actually agree that it shouldn't be played. So we'll see. I have a feeling that they're not going to allow that video to be played. 15 minutes is like, 30 years in courtroom time. Like that is just way too long. That is way too long for a video to be being played. I'm sitting here saying 15 minutes. Like what is actually happening here? What? I don't get it. But yes, they've asked that the clergy from Miami actually go up with the kids, so that'll be interesting. They're back now. It's Combs's lawyer who's talking, Driscoll. Driscoll says, "I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities," he says. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it is not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for SEX crimes. That was his second chance, he says. Goes on, he says, Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who many SEX that it? I don't know. We got a little language problem there. He had over 100 clients. Oh, how many SEX acts that is, he's trying to say. He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted SEX. One was RAPED after being drugged. Okay. Well, first of all, you don't for the Mann Act and for commercial acts, that is, and this came out during trial, and I know the DOJ is going to come back and say this. The person does not have to have made money in order for it to be a commercial act, as by the law. If Mr. Combs was paying these people, angels and cowboys or whatever, to come in and have SEX with Cassie, that is considered commercial. Why is that considered commercial? Because he paid money. Money was made. It's not, he's trying to confuse and conflate, but essentially, just because I don't make money from prostitution doesn't mean that I am not guilty of paying someone for prostitution or facilitating the travel of prostitution or transporting for the purposes of prostitution. Again, commercial money does not have to be made by me, the convicted, in order for this to be a commercial act. It's a commercial act when I pay someone else for the act of prostitution. It's a commercial act when I travel someone for the act. It's also a commercial act when I facilitate the traveling of prostitution. So Mr. Driscoll, Sean Combs' attorney, is trying to conflate and confuse. But that's the skinny of it. And I know that the DOJ will come back on that. It's pretty easy to come back on that. We're waiting for more. waiting for more. But this is the same argument that fell flat for the defense during the trial. And I'm not sure why they're coming back with it. Mr. Driscoll is a smart guy. He's one of the guys that argued uh, the jury misconduct that got that juror off of the case. He's a smart guy, but this argument is pretty is pretty empty. They tried this one before. So somebody in these comments said, if all four attorneys speak, this is going to last until 7 p.m. and the judge will not change his mind regardless. They're not wrong about that. I believe, let's talk about that for a minute. I believe that Judge Submaranian has already decided what the sentence is. But Sean Combs has a right to, appeal to the judge for the kind of sentence he feels is appropriate for him. His side has a right to represent Mr. Combs in this way. Also, the victim witnesses in the case have a right to, address the court. Character witnesses have a right to address the court. All of those things. So he's essentially giving them their due diligence and their legal right to do that. But I think that Judge Submaranian walked into that courthouse today to work today, knowing what he was going to give Sean Combs. I think he very much knows what the sentence is going to be in this particular case. He already knows what he's sentencing Sean Combs to. I think it would be a little bit of a jump for me or anyone else to say, oh well, he's going to give him this based on how he acted here or there. I mean, there are little hints, and we're basically all reading the tea leaves, if you will, to a degree. But nobody really knows what that sentence is going to be. Judge Submaranian, I believe, understood very well when he denied Sean Combs the right to a new trial, or denied him an acquittal of this when they asked for one, when he sent that through earlier this week or last week. I think he made his ruling in his head, rather, about what that sentence was going to be. I think he's known for some time, probably, around about, but really, waiting for everybody to have their ducks in a row on the actual number and what that was going to be. But I think he's known. We're still waiting for the court to continue here, or waiting for our person inside the court to update us, rather. But I think he's known for some time, like what the sentence was going to be for Mr. Combs. I don't think this is a situation where Judge Submaranian, was waiting for the court appearance or waiting for this court date to decide that. He's probably known for a few weeks now what, exactly he was going to decide on the Sean Combs case. I think that Sean Combs's 4-page letter did very little to sway the judge, not because it was bad and not because it was good, but because Judge Submaranian is a surgical judge. There are judges that have many different personalities. I've seen judges who are like, heartfelt. They're very, sort of, hi September, good to see you. He's there. Some judges are very, like, very heartfelt. They play on the emotions. They're very sort of like reactive to that. And then there are other judges who are in the middle. And then there are judges like Judge Arun Subramanian who are surgical, meaning they stick to the book. They're very precise. They do what they have to. They don't go overboard. They kind of stick to it. I do think, though, that Judge Submaranian wanted to see Sean Combs's conduct in this trial, or in the sentencing hearing, rather, in his defense counsel's conduct, to see how he would finally rule on the sentencing, because I think if they do the theatrics that they essentially did during the closings, he's gonna throw the book at him, because the closing arguments during the trial was theatrical dinner theater. But that is what played into this particular jury, and the judge had nothing to do with that. But this is the judge's house now. This is where he is the sole discretionary individual who decides what the fate of Mr. Combs is. And so Judge Submaranian doesn't like the theatrics. This 15-minute video that they're trying to, have played during the sentencing hearing, a mess. The his attorneys, all four of his attorneys speaking, also strange. Like, I don't know. It's weird to me. I don't know. It's just strange to me that he was saying that. He's doing that. He's also, talking about that in the other case that he's comparing the Sean Combs case to, that the people were drugged in that case, but the people were also drugged in Sean Combs's trial as well, or case as well. So I don't know what Mr. Driscoll is doing. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on here. But we're gonna see. They haven't come back yet. But we're just waiting. But while we are, I just, I just wanted to say, like, I think that Judge Submaranian is not going to be going for this romper room act where it's like dinner theater and you're bringing out all the stops. Like, this is not it. This is not the judge for that. Some judges are into it. This one is not one of them. This guy is a straight-laced guy. This is the kind of guy that, like, takes it very, very seriously. He's fair and everything, but now I wouldn't be surprised if Judge Submaranian and his off time listen to both Biggie and Tupac. Like, because he's like, Judge Submaranian is a Gen Xer. You know what I'm saying? He's in there with Sean Combs. So, I mean, is he probably a hip hop head? Probably. But as it relates to his job and what he's got to do on the bench, none of that is affecting him at all. I'm saying that because I'm similar. Like, I come from the school of hip hop. I'm a millennial, so I love Tupac, Biggie, as well as, everybody else involved in the millennial exhibit, Dr. Dre, everybody. But when it comes to my work and what I need to do, and when it has involved, famous folks, people of note, none of that sways me. And that is what Judge Submaranian is saying right now. Like, none of that is swaying me. Y'all need to come up with something else. Here we go. He says, Combs' attorney Driscoll is going on and on about the Dylan Jordan case, they're saying. And he continues, there is another case now he's bringing forth with 7 victims, no grouping enhancement applied. The defendant got 18 months and was released after 9 months. And then he's going on to another case that he feels is comparable, that also generated $1.8 million, and they got 15 months. Again, you don't have to have, the person that's been convicted of the Mann Act, it isn't required that that person make money in order to be guilty of the Mann Act, or in order for it to be a violation of prostitution solicitation. That isn't the requirement. The requirement is not that you make money from commercial sex, but the requirement is that you facilitate, you pay money for the facilitation of the prostitution, or you facilitated the prostitution, you facilitated the transportation. It isn't required that did he make $1 million off of Cassie? No, but it's just enough that he paid somebody else to have sex with Cassie and arranged their travel and facilitated a place for them to commit the act with the hotel and all of that. That's all they need. So this whole sort of like rigmarole of Driscoll sort of bringing out, oh, but they made 1.8 million. That's not even what's going on here. That's not going to matter to the judge because it doesn't need that. Not sure if he was paying attention at trial, but that argument did not work at trial either. Okay. So I'm not really sure what he's doing there, but I digress. I don't know what to say, you know. Um, Yeah, September says that he thinks that they're gonna come down harder on Sean Combs than they expect, even if he doesn't get the 11 years. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is having to do with a lot of things. This is what I was saying to, some of the folks the other day in one of the pre-recorded episodes is you have a judge that's looking at full scope. The reason why people are appointed to be judges is more than just the fact or are they a good judge of character? Do they distribute, fairness and parity and equity and all of that? But also, are they able to distinguish the material of evidence uh, in a very sort of like, 360 view? Are they able to sort of look at everything that's on the table and not just, the 4 or 5 things that may be presented in that particular hearing that they're in? Judges have to consider many different elements of a case when they're talking about sentencing. This is not just about what's in front of him today. Judge Submaranian is looking at the entire life cycle of this case. This includes the conduct of Sean Combs, the conduct of the defense, the conduct of the Combs team, people who have been there in the courtroom with Sean Combs. The fact that Sean Combs' family has shown up, the boys showed up, his friends showed up into court many times with the free Diddy shirts during the jury trial phase of this case after they were told not to and had to be pushed out of the courtroom. And one of the people still decided to wear free Diddy shirts or whatever. Like, Judge Submaranian is looking at all of that. I'm not saying that he's going to send Sean Combs to prison based on somebody wearing a free Diddy shirts, but what I am saying specifically is Judge Submaranian is looking at the entire picture. It's like somebody sort of like rewinding a video, and then they play the video from top to bottom, and they just look at all of the little things that are happening in all aspects of the movie in order to decide how they feel about it. And that's essentially what's going on right now with this particular part of the case, the sentencing part. This is, Judge Submaranian sort of looking at all angles. That's the reason why when you're hearing what is happening in the courtroom, it could go from one area could sound like, the prosecution is losing, to the next moment it sounds like the defense is down the toilet. Why? Because Judge Submaranian is looking at all aspects of it. He's displaying equity and parity, but he is also looking at every little nook and cranny before he says what his decision is. And again, he walked into that courtroom today already have done that. He's already done that. And now he's just sort of looking and watching to see what he sees today. Okay. The Driscoll attorney is continuing, and he says in John cases where men have solicited for prostitution, the average sentence is 6.7 months. Now, Mr. Driscoll, this doesn't apply to Mr. Combs. Why will you bring this tomfoolery up here? 6.7 months. This does not apply to Mr. Combs. He goes on. In this other case, the defendant texted the victim, I meant what I said about making a mode of your PUSSY. The rest of you ain't worth SHIT. But there was no real threat of violence in that case, the judge says. The judge answered exactly how I just answered, but it just in a more, professional way. Like, damn well this does not apply to Mr. Combs. There was no violence in the cases in which you're talking about, sir. This case, and Mr. Combs' case, has different elements, is what Judge Submaranian is saying. Okay? That's what he's saying. Don't piss me off, Sean Combs. Okay, please don't. Or Sean Combs' attorney, Driscoll. Don't piss me off today. Driscoll goes on. He says, Miss Slavic, which is the AUSA DOJ, just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. Well, whose fault is it? We think it is inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about 13, and he goes to the case law, where the defendant paid for a session with a young girl. Okay, hold the presses. Did Sean Combs' attorney just say that the DOJ bringing up Sean Combs' 25-year drug addiction has nothing to do with this and that they think it's inappropriate? Did he just say that it is a mitigating factor? Sir, have you listened to your own client's testimony, or I shouldn't say testimony, but the filings that the other people on your team have made on behalf of your client, where they say that his drug problem and his, substance abuse issues were actually the cause of his sex addiction and were the cause of his violent actions? So if that is the case, how is it that his 25-year drug problem is inappropriate to bring up, or that it is a mitigating factor? How? And then he says, Miss Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. Who else should be blamed for the drug problem? See, this is exactly what Judge Submaranian was talking about in the bail hearings and every other hearings that we've had as it relates to Sean Combs not taking accountability. Now, one could say, well, this is his attorney saying this, but it's him. He's hired them to represent him. So essentially, this is him talking. And they either are not on the same page, or he is not representing himself. Yeah, make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Because or he's not representing Sean Combs correctly, because the fact of the matter is that how can you on one hand say that the abuse was caused by his drug addiction, the fact that he wanted to have all these freak offs and all of that was caused by his drug addiction because he was on ecstasy, which heightens your need and propensity for drugs and all of this, and then now get mad because the DOJ is mentioning his 25-year drug addiction problem, and then say that it's a mitigating factor. What? And then bring in cases where people have been with young girls, because you're trying to detract the attention away from your client based on cases that have already been adjudicated that have nothing to do with this case. I am confusion. He goes on and he talks about this case and says that in that case where a young girl was involved, that the person got 24 months, and that it was a more heinous case than the one that Sean Combs is in, he's claiming. The judge said, who's next to speak? Miss Westmoreland? Like, in other words, he's done with hearing from Mr. Driscoll, is what he basically said. He said, who's next? Miss Westmoreland, let's go. That's what he said. That's what he said. Here comes Miss Westmoreland. Remember, this is the Perry Mason woman. Aha! That's the Perry Mason woman, okay? She starts. I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. So essentially, this is going to be Miss Westmoreland talking about the free game lessons that he gave to the inmates, which Mr. Combs talked about in the 4-page note that I read yesterday. She's going to pull on the heartstrings and talk about how he was, a mentor to all these men that he was in lockdown with. She's going to talk about how he was able to, persevere through being in a very, hard situation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what we can expect. This is more fluff So Miss Westmoreland is gonna come up here and give us fluff. That's what she's gonna give about Combs. And about how he's always tried to inspire the black community. We've heard that. Where's my violin? You know. And I mean, you know, please. That's basically what they're gonna get up here and say. You know. We're waiting for more now, but that's what the update's gonna look like because I just can't. I just can't. I just can't. And this is what Judge Submarinian is saying in his head as well. He's saying, I just can't. I just cannot. I just can't. I'm still mad at the attorney, Mr. Driscoll, talking about um, you know, she shouldn't have brought up the drug problem. Simi said, baby oil inspiration. Right. I don't like what Lord. Lord, I just can't. I just can't. I just can't. Like they don't want to get real with it. They don't want the DOJ to bring up the drug problem, even though see that's the whole thing with Diddy's defense team that I think that, you know, the judge doesn't really appreciate is that they think everyone's an idiot. That is it's clear that they think everyone's an idiot because they want to bring up the drug problem when it suits them, and then in other instances when it's brought up say that it's inappropriate and that he shouldn't be blamed for his drug problem. Well, explain to us who should be blamed for his drug problem. I'm not really, you know, understanding who should be um blamed for that. Like what are you talking about here? And I think that's what Judge Submarinian really doesn't like about this Diddy defense is that they kind of treat him like, you know, like he doesn't know what's going on. You know, it's like, are you serious right now? Are you treating me like I'm a total idiot or what? Like, come on. Come on. Really? Really? Come on, guys. Let's get with it. Let's get with it. So they bring with Miss Westmoreland in here to, you know, play the swan song for us or to play some sort of, you know, heartfelt violin overture for us to feel sorry for Sean Combs. Now remember that Miss Westmoreland was also one of the three stooges who after the conviction went on television and said that, you know, they had contact with the White House asking for clemency, asking for a pardon from Donald Trump, to which Agnifilio got on television the very next day and said it wasn't true. And then the third stooge, which was Miss Shapiro from this supposed dream team, got on television talking about Sean Combs wanted to be an abuse counselor after the trial was over with. So, I mean, this is just a comedy of errors. This particular team, they're just kind of weird, just in general. So, I'm actually not surprised by what I'm hearing right now. I think that they just all are all over the place. This is what I was saying too during the time they were giving all of this you know, crosshaired information, that they all need to get on one messaging accord and they all need to be saying the same thing because they sound like they're saying different things all the time. They sound very, you know, erratic, sporadic. They don't know what to do. There has not been one sort of through line messaging thread from this particular defense team. This team has been all over the place. And I think today they're no different. They're no different. Okay. Miss Westmoreland comes back. He comes back with the update. Miss Westmoreland, there were not many black owned labels. Here we go. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent to create one. He had the audacity to create a black label, Bad Boy Entertainment. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing too, Sean John. Apparel, of course. It was not just urban streetwear, it was upscale. It brought unity, it inspired change, she says. Okay, so she's continuing. It'll come back with the update as soon as we have it. But I mean, listen, guys. I mean, I kind of expected this to be, you know, happen with utilizing his 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 credit as a black entrepreneur. I don't want to say using the black card because that makes it seems a little derogatory, which I'm not being. But what I do want to say is they're trying to utilize um him being a black man who has done well and all of that. It was a great example to the community as a means for him to get a lower sentence. Look, nobody is taking away that Sean Combs was or an inspiration to a generation of black entrepreneurs that learned that they could become much more than just the guy on the team of the creator, that they could become the creator themselves. Nobody's taking away that Sean Combs didn't create Bad Boy Entertainment, and that he was not some sort of a unifying or a unifying example of what a black entrepreneur should be. Nobody's saying anything like that, because two to three things can be true at the same time. You can be that, you can be a father, you can be this or that, but you could be a zebra, but you can also be a predator as well. You know what I mean? You can also be somebody who forces women into sex with escorts. You can also be a beater of women. You can also be a person who forces women to take drugs. You can also be all of those things. You know what I mean? As well as somebody who created Bad Boy Entertainment. But even with his creation of Bad Boy Entertainment, Bad Boy Entertainment actually became the thing that gave him the currency or the leverage to go around treating people the way he ended up treating people. And as a matter of fact, Sean Combs has always kind of been this way. He's always been this kind of guy, right? But it wasn't until he earned the cachet of, Bad Boy Entertainment, the cachet of Sean John and all the other businesses, Ciroc at the time, all of that, that he actually started to use those things as the reasons as to which why he could treat people that way. Just because you have those things and you're this person that everyone respects, Revolt TV and all of that, doesn't give you the license to go around treating people the way in which I literally almost just kind of regurgitated in my mouth a little bit when the prosecutor said that Sean Combs had a man urinate in Cassie's mouth to the point where she almost choked, or she did choke or whatever. I literally like died a little bit because that is so humiliating. So the acts and what you're asking, the defense is suggesting here, is that we should overlook all of the dehumanizing, predatory, abusive, disgusting things that he put on these women because he was a unifier who created Bad Boy Entertainment and a couple of clothing lines and a television news station. That's what they want you to do, essentially. She goes on. There are not many black owned labels. Oh, I said that already. Sorry. She did one more thing, one more update since that. Sorry. In spirits, talking about Ciroc now. In spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. Sobs. Don't tell me Miss Westmoreland is up in here crying. Not Miss Westmoreland. You guys, Miss Westmoreland is up in here crying. Okay, this is Showtime at the Apollo. See, this is the mess I told you guys about that Judge Submaranian is not going to be going for. He's not going for these theatrics. This is the dinner show theatrics I warned you guys about just a few minutes ago. He's not going for this. Is she serious right now? Is she serious right now? Is she serious right now? Crying? She's crying? Ma'am, this is not your Coretta Scott King moment. Okay, this is not the moment for you to act like he's Martin Luther King Jr. and you Coretta Scott King and you crying on this man's behalf. This man is a predator. This man is a degenerate. This man is a drug addict. This man is a sex addict. This man is a domestic abuser. This man is a thief. This man is, I mean, he's a lot of different things. And you sitting up here crying? So now we know Miss Westmoreland has been taking acting lessons, and I mean they've been failing her. She needs to get her money back. Apparently, this is terrible. She's sitting up here crying, y'all. Crying. The judge ought to throw her. Should tell her to sit down. Miss Westmoreland, that's enough. That's what he should tell her. Okay, Miss Westmoreland, that's enough. We're gonna have you sit down. Yeah, we're gonna have you sit down so you can collect yourself. And when you think you're ready to continue, then you can. But all this that you got going on, all the, the alligator crocodile tears, trying to play the civil rights act situation, that's not gonna work. This is crazy. I mean, this is really interesting to me. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. And I'm just, listen, I do not doubt that the businesses that Sean Combs, made or had or created or whatever gave people jobs and also, was an inspiration to certain other people. But also, you have to remember that there is a such thing when she says, oh, it gave, black people a seat at the table. Not really. It gave Sean Combs a seat at the table, who happens to be black. That's what it did. It didn't really help black people. It helped Sean Combs because Sean Combs's own focus was not to really help black people. We're learning that now, which people are not getting, and they're conflating everything else, and they're not focused on what this is really showing us. It's showing us the heart of Sean Combs and the man who he really is. Sean Combs don't care about black people as much as he cared about anybody else. Sean Combs cares about Sean Combs. Getting, Bad Boy Entertainment, Revolt TV, all these things help Sean Combs get a seat at the table. Because if it were true that it helped black people and all that, then why were you abusing black people? Why were you choking black people out, threatening to blow up your house, threatening to kill them, waiting in the parking lot for Suge Knight with a gun in the car at Mel's Diner? Why were you blowing up Kid Cudi's car? Why were you doing any of those things? Exactly. He only cares about him. So this whole thing about, oh, this helped black people get this, that, and the third. Sean Combs, and there was an interview that Sean Combs did with Donald Trump back in the day. And Sean Combs said to Donald Trump, we're similar. You could just get away with more. And he was right. Sean Combs and Donald Trump have a lot in common. One of the things that they have in common is that they're self-interested. They are self-interested. The other thing they have in common is that they have a strong followership of people who are enamored by them because they made a lot of money. And so people tend to forgive the bad actions of people when they do have money. And that isn't anything unordinary, extraordinary. That's just how it is. And that's true. That's the reason why people in power get away with things for as long as they do, including Sean Combs himself, right? So essentially, Sean Combs and Donald Trump are very similar, which is the reason Donald Trump is not going to help him, because Sean Combs would not have sympathy on Donald Trump if in the similar situation, if Donald Trump said some of the things that Sean Combs said about him when he started running for president. That's the reason why Donald Trump won't help Sean Combs. I covered that, of course, in previous episodes, but I'm mentioning the Donald Trump above it all because a lot of people are talking about Donald Trump. Obviously, he's the president, but also he's making some boneheaded decisions right now, and he also is a predator, and he also is a sex fiend, and he also is somebody who's in the Epstein files and all of that sort of thing, but misuses his power. He's accomplished a lot as well, but misuses his power for his own good. Sean Combs is no different, is what I mean. So all of this conversation about, oh, well, he created this and that, and then he did this and that for black people. He has not done anything for black people. He's done it for himself. Okay, Miss Westmoreland. He tries to help. He's just trying to help, she says. He's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me, she said. I went to an event in DC. Mr. Combs was there. He said, "Listen, everyone," and she's starting to cry. She says, "Listen, everyone." And she cries, and then she says, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Still crying. He said, "Don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams." And then he said, "Don't forget to help others." That changed my life when he said that. I mean, I don't know what else to say on that because she's up there. It's clear what Miss Westmoreland's role is. Her role is to pull on the heartstrings from the black community. She's supposed to represent the black people, how black people feel about him. But actually, she's just representing herself because I am black. Both my parents are black, and I do not feel one iota about Sean Combs in that way. I wish I would get on a stand or get on a get into a courtroom and cry over the likes of Sean Combs. What? Where to do that at? This is a guy who would not spit on you if you were on fire and spontaneously started to combust right there in the courtroom. What is she crying for? Also, just like logistics wise, this does not go over well with Judge Submaranian. I just got finished telling you guys that he is not this kind of judge. There are judges that you can play this with. He's too surgical for it. It's just not something he's going to care about. I mean, she's wasting her time. She's wasting whatever money she spent on the acting lessons. She wasted her time on it. She goes on, "Mr. Combs is just a man," she says, "and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But many of us can say that, but how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives? Countless lives. He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him." Ma'am, ma'am, a mistake is crossing the double yellow line while you're, going down the highway and trying to get out of a carpool lane. That might be a mistake. A mistake is, writing the wrong amount of money on the check and then having to tear the check up and writing a new check. That's a mistake. But what we saw with Sean Combs in terms of what he was doing with these women for 10, 15 years and 25 years of drugging, that is a lifestyle. That is pattern. That is what that's called. That's called pattern, ma'am. That's not called a mistake. Yeah, we do have flaws. A lot of us have flaws. All of us have flaws. But that's not what your client is conveying here. Your client is conveying a lifestyle, a dangerous lifestyle, a dangerous pattern that he would not have stopped on his own. It was his ego that got him here. Do we have to go back to what all that happened? Sean Combs is in the situation that he's in right now because of Sean Combs, as he so rightly said in his note, but also because when Cassie came to him about the lawsuit that she was, or I'm sorry, about the book that she was getting ready to write, and she said, I won't mention certain things if you pay me this, that, and the third, and he didn't do it because he said, I'm not doing that. You're not deserving of that. He called her to kick bricks. We're also talking about the same guy that would not pay the producer that actually produced this last Love album or whatever it was. And this guy's lawsuit is actually the lawsuit that spurned the investigation. Cassie became a star witness in this Homeland Security case against Sean Combs because Sean Combs would not pay the girl. So then she became a star witness. There is no case without Cassie Ventura. It is Sean Combs' ego that got Sean Combs in the situation that he is in now, thinking other people are not as important as he is, dehumanizing people, utilizing people as chess pieces on a board instead of seeing people for who they are. That is not a mistake, Miss Westmoreland. That's a lifestyle choice. That's a mental health issue, actually, is what it really is. When you say things like, oh, that's a mistake, we all make mistakes. Well, we don't all actually have freak offs and hire people to commit unwanted SES acts on significant others, watching them do disgusting things to significant others, drugging our significant others so that they will do what we want them to do, beating our significant others and anybody that tries to come in to protect them. So, no, that's not a mistake like all of us make, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You may not do that, Miss Westmoreland. And that is exactly what the judge, in his own way, is going to tell this lady. Is she insane? Also, I just can't get over the theatric with the crying and all of that. What does she think that's going to do? She's an attorney. You went to law school. You sat for the bar. That's not what you do. This is a criminal case. This is a federal criminal sentencing. And you up in here crying? Mm-mm. And by the way, to me, this is my own opinion. Uh you make women look bad when you do stuff like that, Miss Westmoreland, because a lot of us, especially those of us who have been in law enforcement, work in law enforcement, or work in the law, work in courtrooms or whatever, a lot of people think that women are too emotional for certain jobs and things of that nature. And here you are playing a buffoon up in here crying. For what? Now, it is creepy, and it also gives a bad name to other women lawyers who work hard, who are sticking to the facts of the case. Control yourself, control your emotions, ma'am. If you need to step out into the hallway, do that. But you need to collect yourself. Crying. Get out of here. Like this guy is being, railroaded or something like that. It's not being railroaded. Not at all. Not at all. Okay, she continues. In the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how free game. How did I know? We knew she was going to bring that up, the free game lessons. That's how free game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. And our guy here at the Inner City Press says, well, yeah, somebody has done that before. He says a note that Yi Yi Chen taught Chinese to the people, to the other inmates in the MDC. And then he turned around and got 15 years in prison for fentanyl imports. So what does that mean? Basically, he's saying, first of all, Sean Combs is not the only person that has come up into the MDC to teach people things or make opportunities for people to learn things. And then he's saying, and secondly, just because he gave free game lessons doesn't mean he's not going to get that time, because he can. Because this man taught people Chinese in the MDC and turned around and got 15 years in prison. So, whoop, there it is. You're trying to utilize the free game lessons as a means of sympathy for the judge, and it's not working. And that's the reason why I had such a problem yesterday. Those of you who watched my episode on the 4-page letter that Sean Combs wrote the judge, that's the reason I had such a problem with that portion of the letter. Sean Combs kind of went on and on and on about the free game lessons. And to me, it seemed like an opportunity of narcissism, if you ask me. This was Sean Combs's opportunity to sort of pedestal himself as someone who, gave his expert, entrepreneurial tips to the lowly inmates there in the MDC, and that is something he didn't have to do, that he got permission, special permission from the Bureau of Prisons, that he was just doing this great thing. And he spent so much time on that in the letter that he never actually specifically addressed any of the actual therapy he claimed that he had been receiving. He was so wrapped up in the free game lessons that he's been giving about how he helped with the inmate segregation, and how he was helping shorten the gang violence, and about how he. But then he forgot, or forgot to talk about, me. That's the narc rule. But then he forgot to talk about what he's been learning in therapy. Oh, I know why, because he's not really in therapy. He can't talk about something he's not in. He's not in therapy. But he claimed that he was, and then full stop, didn't say anything else about it. And this is important. I'm going to highlight again that the therapy and all of that is important for Sean Combs, because it is the only way that he can substantiate how he is going to control his sobriety outside of prison. It's easy to be sober in prison. You're not able to use drugs or drink, although Sean Combs claims that there's drugs all around him. That was part of his complaint of the jail environment, that there were drugs all around him. But it's easy not to drink, be on ecstasy, be on cocaine and all of that when you're in the MDC, how are you going to maintain your sobriety outside of the MDC? And the answer would be that I am learning techniques and learning, ways to maintain sobriety outside of prison through therapy, through cognitive, exercises that I'm learning in therapy, how to control my anger, how to control this, that, and the third. That he didn't say that. Instead, he went on a long diatribe about what he's been doing with the free game lessons. And now here we are hearing more of that from Miss Westmoreland. She's going on and on and on. There is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. Finally, Mr. Steele, who is Sean Combs' other Black attorney. Keep that in mind. Here we go. We wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Please come forward. Quincy Brown, who is the son of Kim Porter, is speaking. My name is Quincy Brown. He is my father, which we know is not true. That is not his natural father. His natural father is Albie Shore. Quincy Brown says he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next, I am Christian Combs. I am the one who most resembles my pops, my mannerisms. My whole life, I study my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. I mean, we're waiting for the next update. And while we're waiting, it's odd to me that these kids, now this is Quincy Brown, is Albie Shure's father. Kim Porter is his mother. I know that Sean Combs was, instrumental in his life in terms of, helping to raise him or whatever, because he lived with his mother and she lived, with Sean Combs or whatever. But it bothers me that Quincy would speak on the behalf of a man who beat the crap out of his mother, who actually abused his mother in a very similar, if not exact fashion in which he's being punished for today. That's odd to me. And that is a special kind of Stockholm syndrome, if you will. Like all these kids, even though they're adults, but all these kids were raised under that abuse. And Justin, his mother is Misa Hilton, who's Sean Combs' first baby mother or whatever. And he also abused her as well. And she got gone before it got serious. And then, you have Christian Combs. He is right. He is the one that resembles his father the most. I personally do not like Christian Combs. I know he's only he's in his 20s or whatever. But I think he is just such an ignorant person, already. Because Sean Combs raised him. So that's why he is the way that he is. He's also, him and Justin both have civil sexual lawsuits against them right now that involve their father. Both claiming forced contact by two different women. So this is the kind of tutelage or example that Sean Combs has set for his sons. Their superhero. Okay. Christian Combs. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. Sir, flag on the play. Offsides, what other clipping, false start, all of that. Really, sir, you do not treat women like a queen. You have several civil lawsuits against you from women who say that you tried to force them to perform oral sexual favors for them, sir, and that your father was the facilitator of such conduct. It's not a coincidence also that your father is being accused of the same crimes by some of the people that we got letters from. He goes on he goes on to say, I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. Okay, the girls. My name is Jessie Combs, and I am 18 years old, and she's crying. And when my mother died, I was just a little girl, and I remember my dad sitting us down, and they're waiting. I'm waiting for the next update. Sorry that it's a cliffhanger here. So the girls are now up. I expect the girls to be crying. Um, it is sad that their mother is no longer with them, but those of us who have our own feelings about why Kim is no longer here may have some thoughts about this. After we finished getting the update on what she said. Um, but it's like, it's a little bit of a mind puzzle, if you will, if you think about this whole situation, because their mother's no longer here. Some people really feel like Sean Combs was the catalyst of Kim's death. These kids are old enough to know that people think that. And, there's a certain amount of perversion that goes, that I see here. And this is not sexual in any way. Perversion meaning it's distorted, the relationship with the kids. There's a certain amount of perversion here as I see, between Sean Combs and his kids as it relates to the relationship and the appropriateness of the relationship. That, some of the things that you've said or done in front of them, or, sort of mind puzzling the relationship with them and the mom and you, while you were treating their mother unkindly, in her own words, beating her up. Um, all of that. Um, I am sympathetic to the girls crying, though. These are young women who had to go through their years, their, formative years in high school, growing up without their mom. So I understand their tears. But I just wonder how present Sean Combs was with his girls, because uh of the fact that, like, you were doing all this traveling and lollygallivanting around town and making more babies and having all these freak offs and this, that, and the third, and beating up women like you Rick James. How much time are you actually spending with your girls who are growing up? Also, taking care of children just doesn't, surround throwing money at it or giving them an allowance and publicly displaying that you bought them a car on their 16th, 17th birthday. It's more than that. There's a reason why kids who grow up with no money at all, when they become older, that they have, a lot of us have an innate attachment with our parents, because it's not the money that made the relationship, it's the relationship, right? And so there's a little troubling, something there that doesn't really seem right with that. Okay, she's back. Um, it helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. Chance is next. Chance says, my name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed. And then she started crying. And she says, sorry, he speaks with a clear mind. So this is her mother, Sarah, I believe that's her name, who is the ex-girlfriend of Tupac Shakur, Diddy's arch nemesis. Next is Delilah. My name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister, which is Love that they're relating to. She cannot grow up fatherless. So that's it, I guess. So we'll just wait to see who the next person is. I mean, I don't know what to expect out of the kids. I kind of don't want to, climb on the kids about, their speeches, but they didn't really say too much. These I expected their speeches or their time to speak about their dad to be a little more in depth, talking about telling the judge the kind of relationship they have with their dad. Um, you know, Telling the judge, about how, times that they've spent together. And this could be the reason why the attorney asked for the video to be played afterwards, because so they could show them, or show the judge how they feel about their father. But that is a choreographed and professionally put together video. Words from your children are genuine. So it concerns me just as a person. The judge is not going to care where one way or the other, but it kind of puzzles me rather as a person why these kids really didn't have much to say. Like, these are fully grown, articulate, intelligent children. Justin graduated from UCLA, for my goodness sake, these girls went to Beverly Hills High School. These are very intelligent kids. So this isn't a situation where they just don't know what to say or can't articulate it. But it kind of puzzles me that they don't have more to say after they sat through the trial. They have, talked to their dad. Christian said he talks to his dad, every day, every other hour, and all of that. But they really, and what they said really didn't give. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they kept it short and sweet, but what they said didn't even really give you much viewpoint into what their relationship actually is. Like, it was a very sort of, truncated. Anybody could have given this statement, I guess, is really what I'm trying to say. You're going to hear victim impact statements today that far surpass what we heard from his own children. Like, that to me is weird, but it's not surprising because this guy is a classic narc. So, narcs actually view their children as extensions of themselves. They don't even view their children as like their own individuals. They see them as themselves. He probably told them to keep it short. They were probably coached to do that. And, you know, weren't allowed to say much, if anything else. I'm willing to bet. Delilah says, Your Honor, please, and she starts to cry. Let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. The judge says, thank you all. This is important for me to hear, the judge said. The attorney for Combs says, we would like to show the movie here that was posted here on X last night. And if you go on X, you can see this. It's a 15-minute video, and it has music or whatever. So they're taking time to do that. I mean, I can still talk through this, but I'm not gonna show the video here. You guys, if you guys want to go to X, you can. Let me see where this it's also on um it's also on YouTube, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, it's on YouTube as well. If you wanted to see the video there. Let me see if I can put this in the chat for y'all who want to look at it. Let me see. I personally am not interested in looking at it, but I am putting it in the chat for those of you who might be interested in looking at it, because I know that it is a sob story, and I know that it's a choreographed video, because Sean Combs, it choreographed it himself. This is very typical Sean Combs, like, very grandiose sort of, thing. So for those of you who want to see it, that it's there. Um that's it there. But yep. Okay, Timmy, okay, we'll see you later. We've been on for 3 hours, guys. That's why I said this this um this sentencing could take forever. You know what I mean? Since it could take forever. You're welcome for the link. Yeah, guys, if you guys want to take a look at the video, I put it in the link for you guys. If you guys want to take a look at it, and you can take a look at that. This is what the court is looking at right now. This is, let me just kind of press play here so I can see what's going on. But this is, how long is this? It's actually 11 minutes. It's not 15 minutes. It's showing the girls as little girls, of course. This is very much a choreographed video. Sean Combs with his kids. Playing with the youngest kid, playing with the girls when they were younger, shaking hands with different people, taking pictures with different people in the community, the police department, the fire department, different sort of scenes from his life, essentially. Him at the beach with Chance and the girls. Not Chance, I'm sorry, Love and the girls. Him in the studio. Him getting a Lifetime Achievement Award. Him with Biggie and Craig Mack, which is interesting. Sean Combs as a little kid, pictures of him. I'll turn it up. And this is just a start. This is something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And it's no better way than taking it to the streets. Him running the New York Marathon. It's going to be rough, but if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that finish what you started. You can do anything you put your mind to. And y'all go to public school? Yes. Okay, y'all running to raise money for your school. So y'all get more books and computers and stuff. So I'm not playing that, guys. I'm just, because I don't know. I'm just not gonna play it, guys. I guess I could try to play it. If you guys wanted to see it, I could definitely play it if you guys wanted to see it. But I just really think that Sean Combs is playing everyone for a fool, and he is trying to gain sympathy. And that's essentially what this is. Like, this is Sean Combs doing his best to gain sympathy from everyone. This is essentially what we're seeing now. Now, while we wait for them to come back, it is of note that two more civil lawsuits were filed against Sean Combs last night. I was gonna talk about this on another episode, but I can talk about it now. Let's see, because they came in late last night. Let's see. Let's see what the latest one was. Okay, yeah. Okay, that. see where it was here. I have to get the details on this one because I actually don't have them sitting in front of me. But there were two more civil lawsuits that were actually filed last night. I do know that what's his name? Busby filed them. Busby filed them. So Busby, Tony Busby, who is the infamous attorney that has been after Sean Combs, he is still after him. He filed two additional civil lawsuits last night. And we have to remember, like, Sean Combs is being accused of sexual misconduct with more than just women. It's also men as well. So we have a lot of men who, think that we're picking on Sean Combs because the victims are women, but a lot of the victims are men as well. People who are accusing Sean Combs, men rather, who are accusing Sean Combs of actually drugging them, and then in some cases, even full on, RAPing them. Now, some people just can't believe that. They're like, nope, that didn't happen. I don't know, blah, 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 blah. Why didn't they come up with this sooner? But the reality is it's harder for men to, come up with, or to, I should say, bring forth this sort of thing because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing and they don't want to talk about it. It's almost just as hard for men to admit that these things happen than it is for women to admit that some other man took advantage of them in such a way. And so if you are wondering why Sean Combs, I mean, I'm sorry, these men didn't come up sooner with this, that's part of it, that they feel a little bit embarrassed by it. We've seen a couple of them come up. We even had a guy, what was the one guy's name? I can't remember. Anyway, he came up and said that he even, contracted herpes as a result of this situation with Sean Combs. And I think this is also the one that he said was a result of dealing with Sean Combs and Cassie as well, that he was essentially a sex slave of this person. Is what he's saying here. And so these civil lawsuits at this point, Sean Combs has about 80 or so on upwards civil lawsuits. And now, I mean, he, even when this ends, if he's sentenced today, even when this ends, obviously he's going to appeal this, whatever it is, but that doesn't mean it's going to change the sentence. But even when this ends, now then Sean Combs has to start dealing with these civil lawsuits. That there is so much more fruit on this Sean Combs legal vine. It is not even funny because he has got to now own up to the civil cases that are currently in litigation. And that is the thing that, everybody's like, well, he has a lot of money. He has a lot. Yeah, but he doesn't have an endless purse. And you're talking about people who are requesting in compensation, compensatory damages, which can go up into the millions depending on the facts of the case. And if you have 80 cases that are like this, they're all coming after you. You know what I mean? So this is just, that's going to be another part of this that's going to be really, tough for Sean Combs to overcome because of the fact that he's, being sued in such a way. It's really crazy. The other thing I wanted to say about the kids' testimony as well is that, I get it. I get that the girls, I get that the kids, want their father. Nobody wants to see their parent, in jail. Nobody wants to see their parent, doing jail time or anything like that. But I thought it was interesting that the one thing that a couple of them said that was constant was he's changed. I can see it in his eyes. He speaks with he speaks with a clear mind. And one thing we have to remember about Sean Combs is that he's been a drug addict for over 25 years. And we heard on the witness stand during the trial court phase of the case that he was pretty much on drugs all the time, to his own admission as well. And that in some cases, the drugs made him violent with rage, that he was always enraged, that it took nothing for him to, just become angry at the drop of a dime. Now, are we to believe that his actions changed as it related to his children? Now, it's possible that he didn't get crazy with his children, but it's also possible because of the drugs and the effects that the drugs had on him that he wasn't really around his children as often because he wanted to shield them from his own actions in terms of how the drugs actually made him act. He said that the drugs, and his counsel, this came out during a trial court phase, that the drugs actually made him into a sex addict, that it made him into a drug addict, that it made him do all of these different things. Now, sex addiction is not to be taken lightly, because sex addiction actually makes people act in ways in which can be dangerous not only for themselves but other people as well. Meaning, you know, going out and procuring sex from people that they shouldn't be procuring it from, which makes me think that he was not around his children. If he truly was an sex addict, he likely was probably not around his children as often as they're sort of playing right now. And that's because he was a danger to them. Being around them, being an sex addict, being a drug addict, and having all of that stuff around his kids all the time. Sean Combs was not around his kids as often as I think he's portraying. This is the reason why the relationship with Janice Combs, the relationship that he has with some of the kids' mothers, is specifically Shara Chapman, who's the mother of Chance, is so important, because a lot of times he's got them sort of shielded with the moms and the grandma and everything, while he's off doing whatever little dirt he's doing. So yes, there were times that Cassie and the other girlfriends were around Sean Combs and his family, but it was not as often as these freak offs and things like that. You have to remember that Cassie talks about the freak offs taking marathon lengths of time, like that it would be like 2 to 3 days at a time, and that she participated in hundreds of freak offs, and that these freak offs would last so long with various different people. How is Sean Combs maintaining a true father child relationship with his children when he is actually spending so much time procuring, creating, participating, maintaining his lifestyle with these freak off sessions? And the answer is he's not. So I think that Sean Combs is playing the father card because he can. Okay. Because he does have the kids, and because he can play that card, and it does allow people to look at him in a different light. I hear people on the Twitter timelines and all of that saying, oh, well, Combs has always been a good dad. You can't say that. Just because you see a few photos with someone with their kids on a vacation or two, or things of that nature, does not a good parent make. Those are photos. I think what we heard today about the kids and what they had to say, or lack thereof, is a little more telling. And also what we know the freak offs to be as well, in terms of how they were, that's a little bit more telling. Okay, it says, okay, 110, the video is over. The judge says, Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Combs Steele, the attorney, says it will be the Reverend Dr. Johnson, then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. And then the judge is asking, will there be any more lawyers? And he says, well, myself and then Mr. Donaldson. So then the judge says that they will resume at 2 p.m. which 2 p.m. Eastern, which is around 11 p.m. a.m. Sorry, Pacific here in Los Angeles, and 1 o'clock Central. So there is a little bit of a break here, like 45 minutes or so of a break. So we'll take a break too. I'll keep the live up. But I'm gonna put in the chat court on a 45-minute break. And so we will be back at 11 a.m. PT, 1 p.m. CT, and then 2 p.m. ET. So we'll be back then. I'm going to keep this screen up, and I won't be in it, but I'll keep it up. But we'll come back at that time, and we'll get ready for the second half of this. We are at 3 hours, guys. 3 hours. This sentencing has taken so far 3 hours. So we will be back and see what comes next. We have at least 2 more attorneys to listen to on the Combs side, and then we have 2 more people, character witnesses on the Combs side to hear from a clergyman, Dr. Reverend Johnson, and then somebody from an entry program who's going to speak on his behalf. And then we will get into the Department of Justice's turn to talk. Mia is no longer speaking on the behalf of herself. So we won't hear from Mia. That could change, I guess. And then we'll see who the Department of Justice has. But we know that several letters were sent into the court already. So the judge will probably mention that. He's probably already read those letters. We know that the Department of Justice's attorneys will speak. Probably 1 or 2, not the entire team, as with the Combs. And then after that, we will probably hear an official recommendation from the Department of Probation, perhaps. And then after that, we will hear from Sean Combs, likely. Sean Combs will be given an opportunity to speak right before the judge hands down the sentence, and then the judge will hand down the sentence. The judge will also have time to talk, obviously, during the sentencing portion where he hands down the sentence. That portion could take an hour on its own. I've had judges take hours to give their sentencing hand downs because they have a few things to say since they've been sitting and watching the whole time. I think you can expect Judge Submaranian to sort of go through a litany of, sort of checklists of things that he observed during the trial, but also things that he observed during this hearing as well. Some of this will not be surprising, but I think some of it will be, in the sense that Judge Submaranian may sort of, give a little chastisement to Sean Combs, which I think you can expect. But anyway, we're going to take a brief break. The court is on a 45-minute. We're going to take the same 45 and we'll come back. I'm going to leave this live screen up. There on in the chat, you can see where I've detailed what exact time we're going to come back. The court is coming back at this exact time, 11 a.m. PT, 1 p.m. Central, and 2 p.m. ET. We will see you guys there. Thank you for joining Castle Court TV. We'll be back shortly. Okay, guys? All right. Get something to eat. We're going to get something to eat. We're going to get something. I don't know what it's going to be, but we're going to get something. know, girl. I don't even know what flavor. I think it's. I don't know what flavor it is. I forget what flavor she comes in. It's not a flavor to it. Oh, yeah, this is terrible. This is wild. doing that. I'm not going outside every time I need to go. Just put it, I'm hanging trash cans outside this door. You know where we have to go? So if you think we can put it in here, throw it out there now. Okay, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone. Oh, I'm bad, guys, but I'm like gonna be on off to the side for just like a few more minutes because I am eating something. Oh my goodness, I'm eating something, trying to get a little sustenance in there. We had a little bit of a break. So Roxana said, don't play the video. I didn't, Roxana. I did not play the video. Let's see. Off camera, I did look at it though. And the video is very much the reason I guess the kids didn't say much in the courtroom is because they basically allowed the video to talk for them, you know, if you will. Um, so that's kind of how that went. Okay. Court's still not back yet, so I will be over here. I'll come back in a few. I'm gonna eat my little food that I have. I hope you guys are having a little lunch. Those of you who are out there, make sure you have your lunch, your sustenance. The video was very like, I'm off camera talking, but the video is very like it's like a long commercial, guys. The video. I don't know how many of you saw it, but it was a very long commercial. It was very choreographed. That was somebody ringing my doorbell, guys. I'll be on just 2 seconds. I was just eating a little lunch. Somebody's at my door. About to be on in a little bit. Of course, my dog is going crazy. How many of you saw the Sean Combs video? So the Sean Combs video is interesting because it is literally a compilation of different photos. I'm back. I'm sorry. I was just trying to freshen up my lipstick. It's a compilation of different photos from Sean Combs's life, but it's also a compilation of photos, videos of him with his children, him, sort of being human, that sort of thing. So it's interesting. Does it really? Did it really give a human feel? I don't know. Maybe. Uh, perhaps. I don't know. So, uh, I don't think it's going to change whatever the sentencing is, but he's has a right to have those things because he is a defendant in the case. Okay, I'm back. The court is still in recess. Let's talk about what has happened up to this point. So the first half of this day started off with the DOJ giving their arguments as to certain things in the case. The judge started the day addressing the individual objections from each side. So the objections from the defense and the objections from the DOJ. Much of the rejections from the defense were denied, and they went forth. We learned that Mia, who was wanted to speak at the sentencing, who was a witness in the DOJ case, she had declined now to speak after making a motion to do so. The DOJ claimed that she declined to speak now because of the bullying tactics from the defense. This was the reply in which they gave yesterday. I went over this in one of my other episodes. A reply that they gave, saying that she couldn't be believed, that she lied, that she's using a fake name, all this stuff. And so the DOJ said they bullied her into not speaking, and the judge agreed with the DOJ. The judge said, "Listen, I thought that the tactics from the defense were highly inappropriate. I thought the language that they used in the filing was highly inappropriate, and it better not happen again," is what he said. Okay, so then after that, we got into the phase of Sean Combs' side, sort of going through their speaking. They're able to, speak on Sean Combs' behalf. This is after the DOJ sort of gave their go tell it on a mountain argument as it relates to why they're seeking 135 years and various reasons, given case law and all of that, as not 135 years, 135 months, excuse me, 11 and a half years, giving a case law that sets precedent for their argument. In comes the defense, who brought in their attorneys to give argument as to why they were seeking what they're seeking, why they were rejecting the DOJ's claim of 135 months and the appropriateness regarding that. And then they started bringing in case law to back up their cases, though the case law that they brought in was really weak in areas, because Attorney Driscoll claims that the DOJ was attacking Sean Combs' drug problem, and he made it seem a little bit strange that the DOJ was blaming Sean Combs for his own drug problem, which they were, because it is his problem. And he even said that the drug problem or the addiction problem in the case was mitigated, that it didn't have much to do with the case. But I beg to differ because the DOJ, I mean, I'm sorry, the defense talked about how his drug problem actually exasperated Sean Combs's behavior, which spurned his the reasons for the conviction, why he's involved in prostitution to begin with at this point. Okay, so after that happened, then we get into the individual sort of, testimony, if you will, of people who want to speak to Sean Combs's character. We went through the attorneys. Miss Westmoreland, famously now, cried. One of Sean Combs's attorneys cried during her time in which speaking on his behalf, which I felt was highly inappropriate, highly unprofessional. She should have collected herself. She should have gone outside to collect herself, to get herself together if she felt like she was going to react in this way, but she did not. I am here to tell you that Judge Submarinian was probably not amused by Miss Westmoreland's actions, and I would go as far as to say her tactics. Because he is a surgical judge. He is not somebody who is warm and fuzzy in that way. Some judges, you can appeal to their emotional side, but this is not one of those judges. So it's best to keep it, above board with him. And then after that, we heard from from the Combs children, who, briefly each gave a snapshot of their relationship with their father and how they felt that he had changed, and pleaded for the judge to be lenient. And essentially, we heard from clergy as well. Actually, we haven't heard from clergy yet. We're going to hear from clergy next. My bad. We just heard from the children. After that, the court was played an 11-minute video, which is what I was referring to when I came back on, about the video being a compilation of Combs's life with his children, but also a compilation that sort of made Combs look more human. But essentially, in my opinion, the video looks very manufactured. It is no different than a trailer or a sizzle reel that we would have, come up with for an entertainment feature, for a film, for a TV show, or something like that. It's not really all that natural. It just seems choreographed. There are spots in the actual video where the Combs children are actually sort of playing to the camera and speaking to the camera and saying, my dad is this, that, and the third. Very sort of, I don't know, just choreographed. That's the best way to sort of describe it. A few home videos of all the kids. At one point, Kim Porter is featured in the video. Her actual the reaction after her death is captured in the video. Him sort of talking to the kids, I'm a single parent now, or I'm your dad, I'm gonna be there for everything for all of you guys, yada yada yada. So a lot of tugging on the heartstrings there. The video never In the video does Sean Combs talk about his guilt in this situation, nor does he explain remorsefulness in this situation, nor does he ever talk about how he is going to sustain his sobriety stemming from this situation. He just focuses on the kids. Now, focusing on the kids, it's fine, but the problem with that, and I talked about this before, and the judge will likely mention it, is the fact that when you don't mention how you are going to maintain your sobriety, then you're not actually telling us how you're trying to change your life. Everybody can say from here until Christmas that you've changed, you've changed. But if you haven't made any efforts, then how much have you actually changed? So that is basically what we've seen up until now. I'm going to go back to our folks here to see if there's anything going on here. What is going on here? So nothing yet. Nothing yet. We'll come back. We'll come back to see if there's anything. But nothing yet. We're not back in yet. But so I'll just continue talking about this. So Yeah, the video was troubling to me for those reasons because the video really did not say much of anything else. It didn't really um, talk about the important things that the judge cares about, which is recidivism. How likely is it that when you are released, that you will not repeat these same acts? We need a little more than just you and people speaking on your behalf saying, I know he's changed. He's good. Definitely, he's never going to get in trouble again. What steps are you taking to ensure that? What steps are you taking to, confirm and to assure the judge of your sobriety? The other thing that I missed, I don't know how I could have missed this, but in the first half of the day, we find out that Sean Combs has already booked speaking engagements. uh, the um the DOJ hilariously said, this kind of hubris is basically ridiculous. This kind of self-assuredness is ridiculous that he would be booking speaking engagements in Miami set for next week. Uh, I mean, that took everybody as a shock and not surprise because we all know that Sean Combs' side is asking for the 14 months of time served, but the likelihood of Sean Combs getting time served is very, very light. I mean, this is a very low likelihood. He's a category 1 felon, but his actual felonies, his convictions are at a 27. That puts him, and the judge talked about it, within the federal guidelines, that puts him at least 5 years. Um, you're at a 27 level at a category 1 as a category 1 felon. That's at least 60 months, 60, anywhere from 60 to 87 months, 87 being around 7 years. So, I mean, you booking speaking engagements set for next week in Miami makes absolutely no sense, Sean Combs. And also, even if it did make sense, Sean Combs, your self-assuredness, or should I say your entitlement to this being nothing but a formality, plays right into the hand of what the judge has talked about time and time again, which is Sean Combs does not really feel that this is his fault. He doesn't really feel that he's done anything wrong. He doesn't really feel that he's remorseful for anything, that this is not anything to be remorseful for. Again, his side with the crocodile tears. But what's really going on is he's setting up, speaking engagements for the next week, though he hasn't been sentenced yet. I mean, come on. The Romper Room Act continues, and I told you guys that Judge Submarinian is not going to have it. What to expect next? Next, um, we're going to hear from a preacher. I believe his name is Reverend Dr. Johnson from there in Miami. We're also going to hear from an entry program uh, administrator who I guess can speak on Sean Combs's behalf. And then we are going to probably after that, then we're going to start hearing from the Department of Justice and whatever, witnesses or whomever they have to speak on the victim's behalf. So that is really what to expect next. I'm hoping that we're able to get through this day and not have this elongated until the next, you know we have to deal with this for the next week or whatever. I'm hoping that we're able to get through it, but we'll just have to see what happens. We're still waiting for um the court to come back. They were supposed to come back at 2 o'clock, so it's around 2:13, 2:15 there in New York right now. So we're just waiting for them to come back, and then we'll get back on it. My guy that we are getting our minute by minute, beat by beat information from is the Inner City Press. This is our guy, Mr. Matthew Russell Lee. We will continue to roll with him for the duration of the sentencing. But essentially, this sentencing is probably going to look it's probably going to look hefty. There are various points during the first half of the day today, where Judge Submaranian is being very sort of, specific about how he's talking about the sentencing. He's very much not a guy to speak in riddles. You kind of get what you get. And I think, it's pretty clear to everybody that he's going to sentence some incarceration time here. And I think that's what Sean Combs is mostly afraid of, is having to do an exasperated amount of time in the Department of Corrections. He has been in the MDC, which is the federal holding facility there in Brooklyn. He's been there for a little over a year now, or a little under a year, somewhere in there. But he's been there since September, definitely. And he has sort of been there and tried to get out multiple times, but cannot. And so I think his folks are saying, well, look, this should be, time served. He's done the 14 months. They keep bringing up cases that are comparative in terms of, the defendant was a category 1 felon, like Sean Combs, and it's comparative in that particular sense. And they keep saying, well, this person got 24 months, or this person got da 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 months, or whatever. But what is not comparative is the violence that Sean Combs committed during this convicted felony act that he did. So therefore, when you tack on, and I've said this again, and I'll say it again for the folks in the cheap seats in the back, when you tack on the propensity for violence in this particular case, this then acts as a sentence enhancer, as does his acts of coercion. Now you're saying, but he was acquitted of the sex trafficking, so that's not with this case. Yes, he was acquitted of the sex trafficking. However, within the confines of the Mann Act and the prostitution that he committed, he also committed acts of coercion with that. Judge Submaranian actually already talked about that sentence enhancer and how it would have an impact on the sentence. And he talked about how if you talk about the situation in Cannes, when he and Cassie Ventura were coming from Cannes to New York, and how Sean Combs said he wanted to freak off and she said she didn't. And then he sent her a text message that included a video and said, if you don't do what I ask, I'm going, or do what I'm demanding you to do, I'm going to send this to your mom. I'm going to send this to everybody. And then he went ahead and did it. She actually went ahead and, did the freak off with him because she was coerced into doing it. And the actual male sex worker was facilitated by Combs during this same time. So the coercion and the sex male sex worker, or whatever, the prostitution, were done at the same time. And the coercion acts as a sentence enhancer of the actual conviction act. So therefore, that's the reason why Sean Combs is looking at a much more substantial sentence than some of these other people that his attorneys sort of pulled out of, the precedents legal books to say that, oh, well, this guy did this, but he, blah 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 blah, you know. But did this guy, and then he talked about somebody who used drugs and all of that. He said, but Sean Combs didn't do that. But Sean Combs drugged his girlfriends. And you have some of the sex workers who say they also were drugged, that there was that they had drinks, and that they also felt woozy during this time as well. So sorry, but that doesn't, I'm sorry, sir, but that doesn't really check out. So some of the case law that they were using wasn't as actually working in their favor when they were utilizing this as okay, here we go. We're back now. Mr. Steele, the judge says, Mr. Steele, he comes in, he says, I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. This is Mr. Brian Steele, who is Sean Combs' attorney. This is the other black attorney, I believe. I actually, no, this is not the black attorney. This is the other attorney. He's a white guy. I can't remember the black attorney's name, but this is a white guy, actually. And he says, I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we are here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. The jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was unalived when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs and moved them to Mount Vernon. Okay. So they're continuing. I have to wait for the next update. So that's what he said so far. Uh, for those of you who don't know, Sean Combs' dad used to he was a gangster, essentially. I'm not going to sugarcoat this for anybody. Sean Combs' father was a gangster. Sean Combs' father worked for Frank Lucas, who was the center or the subject of the film American Gangster, played by Denzel Washington. Um, and it is said that Sean Combs' father was unalived because of his actions inside of Frank Lucas's gang. That it was possibly an inside job, that he was doing things within the gang that wasn't being approved by Lucas. So I don't know how much of that is true, but I do know that he was unalive while he was part of Lucas's game. He also ran a SEX worker ring. So that happened. That's very interesting. There. And yeah, and you guys have to really. This wasn't said in open court. This is just things I know, but it's very interesting because I've watched some of the friends of Sean Combs have talked to different media outlets since Sean Combs has been in this sort of a pickle, and they've talked about his mom and his dad and the gang that his dad was a part of, and they said that like Sean Combs was kind of set up from the get-go because of who his dad was and the people that he knew. And so when you think about Sean Combs's life in terms of, who he is now, what he aspired to be, and how he was, sort of had the tutelage coming up to become this person. This isn't happenstance. This isn't like, somebody coming from nothing and nowhere, sort of, pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. This guy has always, lived, you know, in nice neighborhoods, going to school in nice neighborhoods as well. Yes, he was, brought up in Harlem, but as his lawyer correctly said, his family moved to Mount Vernon. And the mom, there's competing factors as to what her real occupation was. But yes, she did have a few occupations. I'll just leave it there. And those occupations essentially helped him get into private school and then eventually, got where he needed to go, right? So he was kind of set up that way. And yeah, there's a lot. I encourage you. I'm not going to spread it here because that has nothing to do with the case, really. But I encourage you all to watch some of these interviews with Combs's childhood friends because they tell a lot of the tea, and they give a lot of insider information about Sean Combs that actually explain who he eventually became to be, and especially who he is right now in this trial situation. It's very, very interesting. And Miss Janice Combs has a lot to do with that. I'll just say that. Okay. So let's see. Mr. Steele goes on. He says he goes to Howard, excuse me. He goes to Howard, but he has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than everyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in LA in a drive-by shooting. Sean is upset. He is trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and he gets addicted to the painkillers he's given. He has been high from then until 2024. You heard it at trial. He was medicated because his body was. On occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. On occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. He loved Miss Ventura. I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. I mean, so we're on a break until we get the next update. But is he really sitting here saying, on occasion, not only does he downplay Sean Combs' drug addiction, his painkiller drug addiction. Excuse me, sir. This is not a person that was just on painkillers. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, I'll remind the class that Sean Combs was addicted to ecstasy, he was addicted to cocaine, and he was addicted to marijuana. He was addicted to many other, what's that other thing called? There's another drug that I'm missing. A bevy of drugs. This was not just about painkillers, first of all. Like, let's not try to couch it with that. Oh, well, he had a surgery and then his best friend died in a drive-by. And then, then he ended up taking painkillers and then he became addicted to that. And he's been addicted to that since then until 2024. No, Monfrere. It also includes cocaine, oh, that's what it was. KY Spice, that crazy drug that makes you crazy. Ecstasy, Molly, and some other drugs that meth. They talked about meth. That came out in court as well, that he was addicted to meth. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Excuses. Exactly. Yeah, this is not a reason to abuse people. That's absolutely right. This is not, C.D. Spencer is right. This is not an excuse to abuse people. Then his attorney follows it up and says, oh, and then on occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. I mean, if downplay needed a person, this would be it. I is sitting here. I cannot believe the audacity of this guy, Brian Steele. I didn't like Brian Steele during the trial. I'll tell you that. He was very disrespectful to many of the victim witnesses that got up there on that stand. And I didn't like him then, and I don't like him right now. On occasion, he would hit the woman that he loved. Is he insane? Not only was it not on occasion, it was a regular practice. Did you guys see those photos that I showed you guys just here earlier this week, where Cassie Ventura is pictures of bruises all up down the side of her body? She's got a gash in her forehead. She's completely her eye is completely blackened. He ripped out the sides of her hair. That's the reason she had to come up with the signature, shaved hairstyle, because Sean Combs ripped her hair out of her skull. That is not on occasion. Absolutely is not. Then he goes on to say, I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him, and he has taken responsibility. Where? Because you're not even taking responsibility for your own client. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. Yeah, because they had a legitimate reason, said so a grand jury. They had a legitimate reason to try him on the trafficking counts. So no, they weren't going to offer that. And at the end of it, he got acquitted of that and convicted on the Mann Act. So don't try to play us and try to say, oh, well, he would have did it. But, please, sir, I know you don't think this works. It doesn't work on me. It's not going to work on Judge Submaranian. I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has hurt. It is now a year and 17 days in the MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags, chips. He lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He is not taking drugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. Okay. And it sounds like the man is in prison or jail. That's what it sounds like. I mean, what are we doing here? This is exactly what Sean Combs' letter, the audacity again, because this is exactly what Sean Combs' letter talked about. And I said then, this was inappropriate to talk about this stuff. It's inappropriate for you to complain that Sean Combs, who is now a convicted felon, is having an uncomfortable time in jail. Woo. That's what jail is for. It's not comfortable. or else it wouldn't be called jail. It'd be called vacation or Club Med or something like that. It's jail. The conditions are not great in jail. People scream at night in jail. People try to hurt you in jail. These are the elements of jail. It's also the elements of being in a holding facility. You are in a holding facility, sir. This is very tantamount to somebody being held in county jail. County holding facilities, these are places people don't want to be. They're much more violent. There's too many people funneling in and out. There's a reason why people want to get sentenced and go away to prison, because at least they get a more stabilized environment. Holding facilities and county jails are notorious for being violent, unclean, all those things. He's in jail. And not him trying to, Mr. Steele trying to vie for the sympathy of the court because Sean Combs has to eat chips. So, what does that do anything? No one cares that Sean Combs has to eat chips. Is he serious right now? Like, I just really, I really don't get it. I really don't get it. That's wild to me. That's very interesting. Yeah, that's wild to me. We're waiting for an update on what's next. That's wild to me. I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has hurt. Why is that important for you to bring that out? Is that supposed to prove some sort of remorse or accountability? It doesn't, especially when you follow that up with, like they've had, well, he didn't really actually do what he was convicted of. So what are you what are you saying? And it also doesn't mean anything when you follow that up with, or when it's proceeded with, rather, he occasionally hit the woman he loved. So I guess he occasionally prayed for her as well. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? I mean, please. The guard stopped a man with a shank. Yeah, okay. Is this the same guard or the people? Yeah, the same guards that Sean Combs complained about in one of his bail filings. So I guess the guard is fine then, right? Because he actually stopped somebody from shanking you. So what are we complaining about? And should we then also not believe you when you say that the conditions are far beyond human, it's far beyond what a human should experience? I just can't believe he's still complaining that Combs and his team are still taking this opportunity to complain instead of falling on the mercy of the court. This man is about to sentence your black behind to prison for potentially up to 11 and a half years of your life. You are going to go away. And you sit up here complaining about the jail conditions? This is not the moment for that. Not only that, but you already did that. Not only that, but you're leaving the MDC. That's not where you're gonna do your sentence. You're gonna be somewhere else. So what good is it for you to take the time to even complain about this? We know that he's in jail. We know that. We know that. And then you're taking this opportunity to say that you've grown a bond with the people that's there in your little 25-man, bunker there. But then you go on to tattle on the rest of them and say that there's drugs around. So I guess we can expect a raid over there kind of soon, right? But you only said that so that you can, shed a spotlight on the fact that I haven't done any drugs. Yeah, because it's not the drug of your choice. Let's be clear. Sean Combs is an addict for Molly, cocaine, K Spice, uh, what's that other thing? 2C. Uh, these are the kind of drugs that he's into. Those are the kind of drugs that he's into. He's an addict for those type of drugs. So if it ain't that, or methamphetamine also. Also, I don't believe he's taking drugs simply because he knows that he will be he's high profile, and that if he did take drugs, it would be more noticeable on him. So I think that he's not partaking, not so much because he wants to keep his nose clean in terms of like he wants to turn over a new leaf, but because he doesn't want to put the attention on himself. Sean Combs isn't fooling anybody, and his attorney sure is not fooling me at all. At all. At all. I can't believe, people are complaining about jail conditions when they're supposed to be in jail. Like that is your experience, because that's the experience you're supposed to have in jail. Jail is not comfortable. It's not a place for comfortability at all. You know, it isn't that. It is not that. Like I said, I never liked Brian Steele. I didn't like him during the trial. I don't like him now. He's definitely one of, the elite. He's definitely, part of the good old boys club. And, this is the reason why Sean Combs has him as his, his attorney. But please. So we're still waiting for the next bit of updates from our guy there in the courtroom. So takes a little bit. I don't know what's going on or whatever, but it could just be that there's a lot of being said and it's hard for him to keep up at this point. But we're still waiting to see what he's saying is what is next. But of course, a lot of people are commenting and saying how, this is ridiculous. Why would he use this moment to talk about this, like we've been saying? But also a lot of people don't have a lot of sympathy for Sean Combs. I mean, nobody can be surprised by the fact that Sean Combs is not getting the sympathy that he potentially thought he would get. Because here you have a person who's had all the opportunity, money at his disposal, all of that, and Sean Combs has virtually utilized his money to hide his crimes. He's also virtually utilized all of his time and money to have his sexual fantasies played out in real life. I cannot tell you, during the course of the trial, I realized how much money and how much time Sean Combs actually invested in sex with these freak offs. That's why that compilation video is kind of a load of BS for me, because Sean Combs spent much of his time with the freak offs. You're talking hours at a time, days at a time, even. He spent money, unnecessary money, to prepare for the freak offs, clean up the freak offs, have IV treatment after the freak offs. I mean, his entire life was encompassed by these freak offs, by sex, by prostitution, by drugs, all of that. And then somewhere in there, we're supposed to believe that, he dedicated this to schools and did that and did that. The truth is that Sean Combs has a big company and that he employed people to do those things. And then when he got ready, he would actually go out and do the dedication for a school or whatever the case is. Like, this is not, I'm not understanding any of that. Like, I just wanted to, I was just like thinking about like how much time Sean Combs actually spent on the freak offs, and all of the money that he actually spent on all of this over the last few years. It's crazy. It's crazy the amount of time and money that he spent on it. And he definitely wasn't spending all that time, dedicating schools and donating to the city of New York, like that video claim. Okay, Brian Stills goes on finally. He says, some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. So I guess they decided to phone in someone to speak on Sean Combs's behalf. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. Okay, I guess this is addressing the DOJ's claim that he has speaking engagement set up for next week. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It is not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. Oh my gosh. Okay, I get what's going on. This is the Jedi mind trick. So it is a speaking engagement, but Brian Steele is, resorting to tomato tactics to describe what it is. It's not a speaking engagement. It's a healing. Okay, Brian Steele. Okay. The tomfoolery continues. Oh my goodness. I mean, is he serious? This is just like a ridiculous. Like, it is a healing. Okay, is what's his name? Jim Jones. What's his name? Jim Jones, right? Yeah, is he gonna come out and give everybody some red punch now? Like, what is he doing? What is Brian Steele doing? It is a healing. And what is this business about this other guy? There is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. What is going on there? This is not, I want to phone a friend for a lifeline type of situation. Like, this is a sentencing. And this is what I meant when I said that the defense, it treats this like dinner theater. This is very much, very tantamount to what the defense did during the closings. Very. The difference is the audience is different. You are trying to relate and influence a jury during that time. Now you're using the same tactics to influence and relate to or get the sympathy thereof of a federal court judge. Judge Submaranian is not here for all of this. I am almost sure in his head he is going crazy. Like, what am I listening to right now? What is this man talking about? This is not a speaking engagement. This is a healing. Is it a speaking engagement or not? Nobody is asking, what the purpose of it is, but is it a speaking engagement or not? Is Sean Combs not booked to speak in Miami next week by an organization? And I can tell you now, by the way that Brian Steele described it, he is. And he wants to talk about how Sean Combs is a leper to some people in the media and about how he, is what did he say? That he's been an outcast. Well, he's outcasting himself by these antics. And also, Sean Combs outcasted himself just in general because of the way that he was treating people, and people don't want to be associated with that. It's the same thing with that Harvey Weinstein character. You do it to yourself, you know? That's absurd. That is absurd, 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 absurd. Like, this is what I mean by, like, Sean Combs's attorneys thinking everyone is stupid. You think I'm an idiot. You're making a jerk out of me. That's one of my favorite lines, guys, by in one of my favorite movies, Goodfellas. So Ray Liotta, when he at the end, when he asked money from Paul for money from Paulie, who's like the boss or whatever, Paulie says to him, "You making a jerk out of me." And that is exactly what is going on here. He's making a jerk out of all of us. Brian Steele is, and that is what the judge is basically saying. You sitting here making a jerk out of me, sir. This is a speaking engagement. Why even mention it if you were going to be so absurd as to come back and be like, oh, well, it's a healing. Sir, I'm sure you saw the headlines during the lunch break, and they were all talking about the speaking event. So why did you have to follow it up with this? This was not smart. This was not smart. We're still waiting, but it's like it's just it's an absurdity. I'm telling you, it's absurdity. And to really try to garner sympathy from people based upon Sean Combs being an outcast and a leper, as he claims, is really funny as well. I just think it's just ridiculous. Hell, he's done things only I could dream of doing, he says. Well, that's great, but what did he do to get himself in this position? And is he taking steps to correct himself? And if he has taken steps, what are those steps? None of his attorneys, none of them that have come up there that have cried, give us the crocodile tears, give us the Babe in the Woods Act, give us the none of this, all of this. None of those attorneys, any of them, have come up there and said, Sean Combs is in this, this, and this program. And he is ready to go through a professional rehabilitation drug program. And he is ready to be received at this place that's going to treat his drug problem. Like, yes, he's been sober for the last year, but he recognizes that he's still a drug addict. Yes, he's been on his somewhat best behavior, but he recognizes that he has anger management problems. No one has come up there and said that about him. They've just told us, you know, that we need to feel sorry for him, that he's basically should be given a lesser sentence because he's black and he created a couple of businesses that gave him a seat at the table. And you should give him a lesser sentence because his lawyers are crying on his behalf. Like, that's what I've heard, essentially. That's it. That's what I've heard. I think it's absurd. I think it's really absurd. At this point, like, I'm done with Diddy's defense. And I'm really just ready for the judge to rule at this point. I know how these things go. I was actually sharing with someone yesterday that I've been in a lot of these sentencings, and a lot of times you're just like, can we go? Because I'm like, can y'all just get to the sentencing? I'm ready to go. These sentencings can be really, really long. I actually haven't been in one where the defendant took so much time to try and plead their case, but I know that happens. But these sentencings can take a long time because obviously everyone has involved has a right to say what they want to say. Brian Still is still talking. This was a voluntary sexual encounter, and this is where Sean Combs is going to jail for 11 years, because this is where Judge Submaranian is angered by Sean Combs and the team. And this, what Still is saying right now, blows Sean Combs' whole 4-page letter out of the water. He might as well not have written it. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented to by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion. Double jeopardy, a due process violation. It is not double jeopardy. It is not a due process violation. It's not. I've explained this a whole bunch of times why it's not a due process violation. And the reason it's not a due process violation or double jeopardy is because we are dealing with the conviction. The conviction is a Mann Act conviction. And in the Mann Act conviction, according to the law, if I am a prosecutor or if I'm a judge, I'm allowed to consider coercion, which is a sentence enhancer, as part of the sentencing guidelines, which makes it relevant to the case. It's also relevant to the case because this is information that was introduced in the trial phase. So, how is this double jeopardy? We're not talking about coercion as it relates to the SEX trafficking. We're talking about coercion as it relates to the Mann Act. It's an aggravating enhancement. His violence is also an aggravating enhancement. There are no due process violations going on here. Brian Steele, you can waste your time if you want to appealing this sentence on a due process violation, and you will find yourself behind the eight ball every time. The other thing is, I'm not sure why Sean Combs' attorneys are completely torpedoing his own letter. Sean Combs' letter doesn't mean anything now. Everything that I read yesterday that letter wrote, I mean, it didn't really mean a whole lot then either, right? Okay, to a lot of people. But now it really means nothing because the letter says that he is remorseful, that he is sorry for what he did and he put himself in this position. But then now your attorney is saying that he didn't do anything. And this is exactly what we saw throughout the course of this trial. And every time he tried to get out of jail, I didn't do it, I didn't do it, I didn't do it. Let me out because I didn't do it. It was voluntary, it was consented. I didn't do it, I didn't do it, I didn't do it. Oh my gosh. Oh man. You coerced these people, these women into this act. You told the woman that if she did not, and the judge mentioned this earlier today, guys. He mentioned this earlier today before Brian Steele even got up there. He said, we have the incident in Cannes where Sean Combs told Miss Ventura that if she did not participate in the freak off when they landed in New York, that he was going to turn the videos in and show people. He also mentioned the incident when Jane Doe, and he mentioned the fact that Jane Doe was also coerced into these SEX acts, even though she had already said she didn't want to do them because he said he would not pay for her housing. That's coercion in relation to the prostitution conviction. There's nothing double jeopardy about that. There's no undue process violations going on there. What are they making up in their heads? This is the reason your client is still in jail right now. Judge Submaranian said so some 2-3 months ago. Sean Combs is still in jail because he will not be repentant. He won't take accountability. Sean Combs is still in jail because he is not remorseful. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. My family loves me. Let me out. I need to be there for my family. Let me out. What about my kids? What about my kids? What about my kids? What about your kids? Let me ask you that. What about your kids? Were you not thinking of them when you were forcing people into these acts and beating them down like, you Ike Turner or Rick James or somebody or Big Red from the Five Heartbeats? Like, what about them? We should ask you that. He goes on. We asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. We asked that Sean be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. Sir, he is not taking full accountability. You just ruined that. Any bit of little accountability that he took, you yourself, Mr. Steele, just ruined that. And saying that it was consensual. He's not using drug addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. A civil rights leader? A civil rights leader? Am I in the upside down, Stranger Things in the upside down world? Am I in the upside down right now? Because I have never lived in a reality in which Sean Combs was a civil rights leader. I don't think we heard one iota from him during the Black Lives Matter movement. Did we not? I don't think so. Not as a civil rights leader. No, I don't think so. We may have heard like one word about, black love, black excellence. That's one of his taglines he throws around. But a civil rights leader, y'all are taking things a little too far now. Actually, a lot too far. Like, sir, sir, sir. I just, I just, I just, I just can't. Exactly. September said Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream. Diddy had ketamine induced hallucination. Exactly. Where are you a civil rights leader at? I need to know. I need the receipts. I need the details. I need the credit card, check stubs. I need all of that. I need the tax returns, all of that, because I am not seeing where this person has been a civil rights leader. Is he serious right now? Is he serious right now? Like, what in the uh-uh mm-mm. It is far-fetched. It is. And it also, another thing it also is shameful. As a black person, talking about Sean Combs, as a black person who supposedly cares about the black community the way that he does, even though he doesn't, but okay, cares about the black community, how could you allow your attorney to utilize the entire black community as a scapegoat in this way by saying that you're a civil rights leader? Sean Combs, you know you're not a civil rights leader. You know you're not. You know you're not. You spent your time. You decided, you said as much in your 4-page note here yesterday. You decided to spend your time chasing drugs, chasing sex, chasing prostitutes, chasing freak offs, chasing hotel nights, chasing wild king nights, chasing control, chasing all of those things. But not one of those things is tantamount to civil rights leadership. You are making a mockery of the civil rights struggle by putting yourself in that seat. Sean Combs is not a civil rights leader, and that's coming from the black community. He is not a civil rights leader. Under no way, shape, or form is he. He had the opportunity because he had the following, he's got the influence, the prestige, and the money, but he didn't put his money where his mouth was. He doesn't really want to do the work. Sean Combs is not a guy that really wants to do the work. He just wants the prestige and power and control that he thinks he can get from it. So, no, he is not a civil rights leader. He is a liar. He is a predator. He is a degenerate. He is an addict of sex, an addict of drugs, an addict of control. That is what Sean Combs is. Is he kidding? We can now hear from the Reverend. This is Reverend Dr. Johnson of Miami, you all. The Reverend says, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son put them on, Sean needs an opportunity. Okay, so some of this is a little bit truncated because of the way that our guy at the Inner City Press, who's in the courtroom, the way he's sort of writing it. because he's doing it really quick. Um, but what I can surmise from this is that the Reverend did say that he would be responsible for seeing him rehabilitated, which I think is a far fetched, like, oh, really, sir? Okay. And then he's closing with a Michael Jordan quote, which I think is interesting because why wouldn't you close with a Bible verse? I mean, you're a Reverend doctor, for goodness sakes. And then he ends with saying that Sean needs an opportunity. Now, I'm sorry, but first of all, good Reverend Doctor. Um, I don't know how you're going to see to his rehabilitation when uh you know Sean Combs controls everybody with money. So I'm not really sure, and because I guess we're supposed to believe him because he is a reverend. I think that's the whole thing. And then he needs an opportunity. I have a problem with people on the Combs side continuing to say that he needs an opportunity as though he hasn't had several more than many people in this lifetime. Do I need to recall back all of Sean Combs's legal gaffes that he's been in? This is just the first time he's actually been caught up in the dragnet. But okay, fine. All the way back into the 80s where he created that huge stampede of a concert and multiple people died because it was overcrowded and at the college, and people are still crying and in pain about that. He didn't get in trouble then. He got sued, but he didn't get convicted of anything criminally. Then let's speed it up a little bit to the club shooting with the whole J-Lo thing, which the iconic Johnny L. Cochran got him out of. May he rest. But he was totally guilty. Sean Barrow went to prison for him for 9 years. Okay. Then let's go a little bit further. The biggie of it all. I mean, people gonna believe what they want to believe. I'm not getting into conspiracy theories or things that haven't been in court, but we still have to deal with the Tupac of it all too. We got a man right now sitting in county in Nevada, and the Clark County, excuse me, and the Clark County Department of Corrections in Clark County, a man who is being accused of the killing of Tupac Shakur, who said that Sean Combs hired him to do it. That man is sitting there now, and he said it. He said Sean Combs hired me to do it. That's what he said. So all I'm saying, guys, is Sean Combs has been given many opportunities. So this reverend talking about, oh, he just needs an opportunity. Excuse me, sir, but he's had many, and this is just the first time that he's actually been held responsible for things that he's done. Like, are you kidding me? Like, this just doesn't. He's on his what? He's got 9 lives. What is it, cat? And he's on his 9th life already. Not to mention all of the other countless things. I don't even have to tell you that because I said I was only going to talk about the things that are in the process of court. But there are countless cases that involved him, that involve things that have not been brought into the court process. And had it not been for certain people talking and stop being afraid of him, this would have went unchecked as well. But there's some brave people on the witness victim side who were tired of it, and I think those brave people know a lot more than they're saying. I think they know a lot more than this case here too. Sean Combs was able to wiggle his way out of the car bombing, the kid Cudi car bombing. I believe wholeheartedly that he bombed that Kid Cudi's car, wholeheartedly. Could have turned out a whole lot different. Thankfully, Kid Cudi's still with us. Lots of mysterious missing, murdered people around the Combs camp too. That's because people won't talk about it. But this got talked about. And it would have been a mysterious thing that never really happened had certain parties not decide to blow the whistle, and I'm glad that they did. So don't sit here, Reverend Doctor so and so from The Simpsons, apparently, and tell me that he needs an opportunity when in fact he's had several more opportunities than many of us will ever see. This man is a multi-millionaire. Please, I can't with the coddling. He goes on, you have been very honorable in this court. And that was the end of the Reverend Doctor. We'll have Mr. Donaldson speak next. Mr. Donaldson speaking next now. It's been a long time. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. It's been a long day, he says. But I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. Wait. Okay, so we're all being punked. Are we all being punked? Are we all on the Saturday Night Live sketch? Oh no, we're not. We're all in the In Living Color sketch. We're in the In Living Color courtroom, apparently. Or are we in that courtroom scene from the Martin show when Martin was trying to sue and he came up in there limping? Maybe we in that courtroom scene, because where is this coming from? He's not a pimp. Who accused Sean Combs of being a pimp? Who accused Sean Combs of being a pimp? That's not part of the conviction. The conviction is that he facilitated the travel of SEX workers for commercial SEX. That he facilitated the use of SEX workers for SEX, and that he paid SEX workers for SEX. That's not a pimp. If anything, he would be seen as a John. Nobody is accusing Sean Combs of being a pimp. Where are all these? Who are these people? Who are these? These are people who apparently didn't pay attention to the case. Didn't pay attention to what's going on. I mean, what is happening? Like, what is going on here? Also, did they, release some people from the old folks home or something? And this is where this person, okay, because the dementia wing of the old folks home, that is, because like, what is this person talking about? I'm sorry, but nobody accused Sean Combs of being a pimp. So okay, Captain Obvious, we know he's not a pimp. We know that. I just don't understand where they got these people from. From the Reverend to the Reverend Doctor, excuse me, to Mr. Steele himself, and this Xavier Donaldson person. What is going on? It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. Okay. I mean, at this point, they just need, I mean, we just need to get to the sentencing. Everybody's hanging on for the sentencing. I know that, and I understand it. This is 5 hours now. 5 hours. We kind of knew it was going to be long, but I didn't know it was going to be this long. We had to deal with all of this. I don't get it. They did not prep these people appropriately. The defense did not prep their character witnesses appropriately. They just did not. I mean, I feel like these people just woke up and was like, okay, well, this is what I'm gonna say, and we'll see how it goes. That's kind of like the gist of it. That's what I feel is happening, because Nobody that actually paid attention to the actual trial or any of the goings ons of any of this would actually have this to say. You want to make it clear that Sean Combs is not a pimp? We got people saying that. We got we got the defense, one of the attorneys, Brian Steele, basically saying, that this was consented, and he basically shoots all of Sean Combs's accountability out of the water and says it's double jeopardy, sir. When did you go to law school? Because we know you've been, but how long has it been? And are you doing research on your end, like to brush up your skills? Because you know full on and well that's not double jeopardy. You also know full and well it is not a violation of due process. You are very clear on that. Do not piss me off, Sean Combs' team. A little late for that. A little late for that. I mean, by the time they get to the sentencing, Sean Combs is already completely gray. By the time they get to the sentencing, he ain't gonna have any hair. Cause the hair, all the gray hair would have fallen out because he is just this is taking a very long time. But of course, that's how it is. But that's because the defense wants to bring 135 people up there who don't know what they're talking about. This is up there wasting time, taking up space. Then you got the defense talking about Sean Combs was a civil rights leader. A civil rights leader? Shall by. He continuing on. Here in the Southern District of New York, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. So I guess he's talking about these free game lessons that Sean Combs gave the inmates. He talked about this in his 4-page letter, how he basically united the gangs because they all wanted free game lessons from him, and how he basically got the okay from the Bureau of the Prisons to do it, and yada 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 yada. And Donaldson is one of the attorneys, actually. That's who he is, if my memory serves me, because he is the guy that also spoke on Combs's behalf as it related to that jury misconduct situation. So yeah, this guy is actually one of the attorneys, and I am very very surprised that he is kind of this ill informed, because I just don't think he needed to say that about the pimp of it all, because Sean Combs is not accused of being a pimp. uh but that's not it. That is not it. And yeah, Felicia, I think you're talking about the free game lessons. You're saying that basically he did that because he couldn't do anything else. Yeah, it also, Felicia, you're right, because also this is a way for Sean Combs to sort of, create. Yeah, everybody has to remember who Sean Combs is. Sean Combs is a record exec and blah 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 and all of that. There's plenty of record execs who kind of lay low, make their money, make a lot of money, and kind of go on about their business, like Jimmy Iovine or some of these other guys, Lucian Grange. They're not big personalities. They're just guys who go and make money and go on about their business. But Sean Combs wanted to be a star. And that is essentially what he was. And then you take a person who has that kind of personality and you put him in a jail where he can't get out. and he can't have influence and he can't do it. So what does a person like that do? They do exactly what Felicia is intimating here, and they go and they, become a star within the jail system. Okay, well, I am who I am, so I'm gonna leverage my identity on the outside here on the inside, and I'm gonna give them free game lessons, and I will be a hero. I will get the high that I need, which is that need of of adoration. The inmates look up to me. It's kind of like what he was talking about in this 4-page letter, where he's talking about, the adoration and I'm a mentor and blah, 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 that sort of thing. It's just another level of narcissism, really. And his attorneys are playing right into it by saying there's nobody that's ever done that and yada 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 yada. Well, okay, can you remind the class how you're going to maintain your sobriety though? Once you do get out, that would have been a good time to do that during that letter. Oh, I know it's not important because it's not something that you're actually interested in doing. He goes on. I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said, this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. Okay, well, thank you for that, Mr. Donaldson. You can go ahead and have a seat now because I don't care about what person, police chief, Indian chief, policeman, Navy person. You could have talked to the whole village people lineup. I don't care. Okay. Sean Combs is not taking responsibility for what he did, his act, what for even what he was convicted of. He's not taking responsibility for conviction, per the people who have come up there, his attorneys who have spoken on his behalf. Okay. And I don't care what anybody's, oh, this is something different. Nobody believes you. You need more people. You need more people at this point. And I already know that Judge Submaranian is sick of this. Like, he is not even trying to be bothered with Sean Combs at this point. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if once we got to the announcement of the sentence as it relates to Judge Submaranian, that he just was like, okay, 11 years, bye bye. Like, no explanation or nothing. Like, nothing. It's like, I'm not gonna give any explanation on this or anything. I'm just tired of y'all. I want y'all all to go home. I don't want to see any one of you ever again. I'm done with you all. Done, done, done. I know that Judge Submaranian was dreading this day, not because, he didn't want to, hand down this sentence, but because of how long the day was going to be and how very exasperating the day was going to be. Having to listen to all of these individuals come up there and talk how they're talking, essentially, right? And also, having to sort of deal with not only the narcissism of Sean Combs, but the narcissism of his defense team. His defense team is narcissistic as well. My God, especially Mr. Steele. He's really a piece of work. I remember him from the trial. Okay, they have another person. We have a speaker ready to say that these things are not speaking engagements. So we're back to the speaking engagements, guys. We're back. That these things are not speaking engagements. It's the executive director of Reentry One. Judge says, well, what is the gentleman's name? And Donaldson says, Giovanni. He says, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. So Giovanni, you get 1 minute to talk, Judge Submaranian said. Judge Submaranian is tired of these people. And so now they want to try and convince us that this is not a speaking engagement. This is only after Brian Steele got up there and stuck his foot in his mouth and said, oh no, this is not a speaking engagement. This is a healing. Like he was some Jim Jones, Heaven's Gates character. I don't know. What exactly are you talking about, Brian Steele? So now they have to bring up somebody to clean up Brian Steele's mess that he made of the whole speaking engagement thing because it didn't land quite the way that he thought it did. It was terrible. It was terrible. And now Judge Submarinian is like, yep, come up here, but you have 1 minute. We're going to start the clock, okay? We're going to start the clock. Start the clock. First of all, I think they should have just left well enough alone because bringing this person up from entry one, re-entry one, or whoever this Giovanni character is to me just convincing everybody that he does have a speaking engagement, that this is the person, you know, and there's no way to nullify the fact that he has a speaking engagement unless they say there's nothing scheduled. But anything short of that would essentially confirm that he has a speaking engagement prepared, booked. That's basically what it is to me. My name is Giovanni Sareras for Reentry One. We serve a couple of hundred people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. We're waiting for the next part of this. These are the theatrics, guys. I'm telling you. These are the theatrics I warned you about. These are the theatrics. Because it's like, why do you need all of this in order to uh give your piece for your client? It's like, exactly, it's the same old song. Like, we already heard all of this. This is just like, but this is exactly what they did during the closings. They did something very similar. And that's why I said, like, that jury was tired. They just wanted to get over with, or whatever the case is. Also, I feel like the jury wasn't really paying that much of attention to it, you know. I just feel like they just wanted to go home, or whatever the case was. But one thing, even in the midst of that jury being tired, and even in the midst of that jury wanting to go home, one thing that they could not deny, which Diddy's team is denying, is that he was guilty of the Mann Act. Okay. And they just will not give it up. They won't. And here they are. Here they are. So it's just crazy to me. Like, everybody was kind of, I mean, I know for me, like, I was wanting to get this sentencing here. Let's do it. Let's go. But I was also dreading it because I knew it was going to be like this, like very sort of drawn out and kind of, it's not like we're going to walk in and the judge is going to be like, okay, this is what it is. Because everybody has a right to, have people speak on their behalf and things of that nature. But it's like, this is just whack. Okay, here he is. When a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. Okay. So Giovanni's talking about the things that he's doing and what qualifies him, essentially, I guess, to judge what Sean Combs did or did in that jail as being something that is super impactful. Felicia says Diddy should have been in jail a long time ago. If I a long time ago. I guess that's their strategy to get people tired and unfocused. Yeah, I mean, you know what, Felicia, possibly. But the good thing about this one is that Judge Submarinian is the person that has to fit, that is gonna judge this one. This is not the jury's call or a jury's call. And the really good thing about it is the fact that Judge Submarinian has likely already decided what the sentence is. All of these people talking, all of that is essentially a formality because it's part of Sean Combs's right as a defendant, and of course, the victims' bill of rights is their rights as victims or witnesses to be able to speak. So yeah, I agree with you. He should have been in jail a long time ago. Obviously, like we said, running down all of these violent acts that he's committed in the industry, and even things we are not speaking of and things we don't know about. So yeah, you are right on that. Right on that. Someone in the comments here said a very interesting thing. They said that the Giovanni guy that's actually talking, they said that this guy is a totally different type of guy because he is a non-violent offender. That somebody said. They said that this gentleman was convicted of a non-violent offense, is what they're saying. Now, Diddy Seam is trying to holler continuously that Sean Combs committed a non-violent offense, but the judge and the DOJ both have stated that he is a violent offender. That though the actual core conviction may be non-violent in itself, it is paired with, it's an aggravated conviction because he committed extreme acts of violence along with the conviction. So it's aggravated, essentially. So bringing this guy up, Giovanni, who is a nonviolent offender and probably had a different jail experience altogether, is probably not the best idea. Probably not, you know? No, and the judge is not playing with the defense, and he definitely isn't playing with Sean Combs. I told you guys, judge does not like Sean Combs, but it's not because some people are like, oh, the judge is racist. I don't think he's displayed any form of racism during this trial. I have been with this trial from the beginning, and I will go tell it on the mountain if something is racist. But this is not. I think the judge just does not like Sean Combs because of the acts that he committed. I think he just thinks he's a disgusting human being. I really do. I think that he thinks that he's somebody who is overprivileged, over entitled, because he's had money. I think he thinks that he, committed these acts against these women. I know that during the trial court phase, when these women were actually given their testimony, that the judge was aggravated with the defense. He was aggravated with a lot of things they were saying during the closings, all of that. And a lot of that hinged on the fact that he does not morally agree with Sean Combs's behavior. I just don't think he thinks he's a good person. And he's allowed to think that if that's what he wants. The danger in that is that this is the guy that's going to be actually, deciding your fate, Sean Combs. So, yeah, yeah. And the judge doesn't have to like him. Okay, here he's going further. The judge is saying, I'm sorry, Giovanni says, Judge, we are eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. There it is. That would classify as a speaking engagement, yes. And lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. Okay, the judge says, okay, thank you very much. Okay, so you confirmed, Giovanni, thank you very much. You confirmed that he has speaking engagements, plural, planned for next week, though he has no idea what his sentence is going to be. Okay. And then this also goes along with the bizarre account from Miss Shapiro, one of Combs's attorneys, that she gave some months ago, saying that Mr. Combs bizarrely wants to be an anger management abuse counselor, though he's not been in any counseling sessions himself, or though he has not explained to the court how he plans to maintain his sobriety and maintain his calmness from anger management or his actions, violent actions? How do you plan to maintain your violent actions? What kinds of therapies are you taking? He won't tell us that, but he wants to tell us that he's going around doing speaking engagements and helping other people. How are you helping when you haven't even sought help for yourself? It's the blind leading the blind. The disillusion leading to disillusion. What in the wow. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I think it was, yeah. Yeah. She said, yeah, speak to him in jail. I bet the same people won't write a letter. Exactly. And also, you know, I had wondered if any of the incarcerated people were going to write anything on his behalf. It's probably smart of his attorneys not to get offenders to write on his behalf. But I wondered if they would, because these people like went to the class, did the free game class or whatever. But it's probably smart because offenders or incarcerated people writing on behalf of the character of other incarcerated people is not very much a good look. So that's the only smart thing his defense has done. Agnifilio, it's getting late. I'll be brief. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 96, the Center for Court Innovation started. John Jay did a lot of studies. DV be tends to stem from childhood trauma. Okay. Okay, so we're waiting for the update there. Not Agnophilia talking about it's getting late and that he'll be brief, but then starting from 1990. Agnophilia is 175 years old. Sir, don't start from 1990. Start from the start of this case. Like you talking about it's getting late, so I'll be brief, and then starting from 1990. Sir, okay. Here we go. Just I am sick of this defense team. Like I don't like them. Clearly, as you know that. I guess Tenny Garagos, she's gonna speak too. She's gonna be the last one. I know they're not gonna let this go without her speaking, so they need to speed this up. Doctors found that Sean had PTSD. He grew up without a father. Many of us did, sir. His father was murdered when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how his father died, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address at Howard in 2014. This man is 54 years old. Sean Combs is 129 years old himself, okay? He's 54 years old. Like, at this point, you cannot talk about Sean Combs like, oh, he didn't grow up with a father, like he's a teenager. This is not the sentencing hearing of a 20-something-year-old guy. This is a fully grown, fully matured man at 54 years of age. Yeah. How can you even speak about that? Oh, well, he didn't have a father. A lot of people don't have a father, but they don't go around doing the things that Sean Combs did. What does that have to do with anything? And you need to start allowing him to be accountable. He's 54 years old. He's a father himself to 7, much more than his father ever fathered. So you can't just talk about this guy like he's a 20-year-old that just started out in life. Oh, he has PTSD, and they didn't tell him how his father died, and so and he picked it up on the streets, and he just needs an opportunity. What? He just needs an opportunity. I particularly I do not like when people try to sort of campaign out he didn't have a father, she didn't have a father, I don't have a father bit, because so many people grow up like that, without a father, without a mother, whatever. But it is not a justification for these kinds of actions. And I feel like when people do that, especially lawyers, when they sort of try to lawyer that, it's wrong. It's wrong to litigate that in that way. There is no parental excuse that gives someone a license to try and control other people and the way in which Sean Combs has conducted himself. I'm sorry, but it isn't enough. And I hope Judge Submaranian hints on that, because not having a parent in your life is hard. It is a trauma. It is, particularly for the same sex parent of the person. So the father for the boy, the mother for the girl, whatever. But when you try to sort of weaponize that, which I think that's what the defense is doing, that's when you get into dangerous waters, because now you kind of want to couch everything on the PTSD that he suffered from not having his father. You know how many people in the world grow up without a parent for various circumstances, some without either of them, and they somehow manage. What about all the people in the world who didn't grow up with a parent? They managed to live a successful life where they didn't have any of these things going on. So what's the word there? Did they have like something else in them that kept them from doing it? No, they were just a normal person. Sean Combs has other issues that don't have anything to do with the absence of his father, like entitlement issues. He found in the microfilm there how his father died. Claims that he found in the microfilm in Howard in 2014 how his father died. Died in a drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs, the last word. Okay, so Sean Combs is going to speak last. So he says, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs. Yeah, let's get to it. I think everybody is interested to hear from Sean Combs. Now, usually during these sentencing hearings, when the defendant is going to speak, usually the defendant will speak from the filing that they filed, the 4-page letter that Mr. Combs filed. However, given the way that the day is going, Mr. Combs could veer from the paper, from the 4-page letter that is, and could be saying something else. So we'll just all have to see together. Normally, though, they talk from the filing, they talk from the paper. The judge has already seen it, so he knows what it is. It's just the filing is just sort of like an official way to enter the letter into record, but the letter is the letter that Castle Court TV read just yesterday. So that's normally how it goes, but I don't know. This is like kangaroo court or something. So maybe he might, veer off something else and talk about something else. We're just going to have to see what it is. Because, child, I don't know. I do not know. I am asking you to release him today. Agnophelio coming in here talking about, I'm asking you to release him today. I am asking you to release him today. Well, that's not going to happen. This has been the funniest sentencing of my lifetime. I could not take this. Woo. I am asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Not him asking the court to release him today. I'm gonna freshen up my lipstick while I still laugh at that. He is crazy. That man is out of his mind if he think that Judge Submarinian is going to release him today. Oh, that is so funny. And I know Agnifilio has been a lawyer for quite some time, but is he insane? Is he insane? Is he not paying attention to what has been going on? Here's the reason. Let me talk to the class real fast because I know you guys know, but there may be other people that don't and who may watch this later and may, The reason Sean Combs is not going to be released today is for the following. The Sean Combs Mann Act convictions require the judge to look at aggravating federal sentencing guidelines. Because Sean Combs is a violent offender, because he coerced as a byproduct or a reference point to the conviction, then the case has aggravating circumstances. And the aggravating circumstances has its own sentencing guidelines, in addition to the sentencing guidelines for the Mann Act. Based upon the conviction, based upon the fact that the DOJ has already proven, and Judge Submarinian already spoke about it in this sentencing hearing already, about the aggravating factors that are on these convictions, Sean Combs will not be going home today. Whether the sentence is a 3 to 5 years, 5 years, 60 months, or 87 months, 7.5 years, or 135 months at 11.5 years, Sean Combs will not be going home today. I want to temper the class for that because I need you all to know that, so that when the sentence happens, that you are not shocked or surprised or confused by this. He's not coming home today, guys. It's not happening. He's going to be sentenced, and then he's going to leave the MDC, which he's had so many complaints about, which I get because it's a holding facility. It's gross in the holding facility in the county. And then he's going to go to a prison. Where that is, I don't know, but it'll be a lot cleaner and it'll be a lot more organized and it'll be a lot more structured. He'll probably get a private cell, so that'll probably be a relief for him as well. But he will not be hopping on a plane and going to Two-Star Island and doing these speaking engagements he booked for next week. He's going to be transferred to a prison and he's going to get set up so he can finish his prison term. But that's what it is. The other part of the reason why, which is also an aggravating factor, it's an aggravator for this particular conviction, is his lack of accountability. Lack of accountability for the Mann Act is a sentence aggravator. And because he definitely has that, that is also something that the judge must consider as it relates to a substantially higher sentencing range. So those are the three reasons, the three aggravators why he won't be going home today. And I think that Agnifilio has to say this, because he's sitting there in front of his client, but it just is, it's not a reality for Sean Combs. Um, it just is not. It's not a reality at all. We are proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, the root problem. I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs has the last word. Real quick, I just want to say I think it is a bunch of BS and a load of BS that Agnifilio would say that October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and then say, oh, well, actually, mental health is the problem here, and then go on to say earlier that we want him in a domestic violence program. He should have been in a domestic violence program while he's been in jail. As a matter of fact, that would have helped him get out of jail now. Okay. But you didn't do that. So here we are. And secondly, don't you dare try to put this on mental health when this has everything to do with your client's lack of self control, with your client's violence, propensity to violence, and his just reckless behavior. This is not about mental health. This is not about mental health. This is about Sean Combs being reckless, being out of control, and having no one, not even himself, to temper who he is. Yeah, exactly. He should have been doing that program. That's when, while you're in there, instead of giving free game classes, why aren't you seeing a therapist for your anger management problems? See, that's crazy to me. Okay, moving on. Miss Slavic, the government, there is the government's term now. Ms. Slavic says, going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited cases with sentences of 135 months based on abuse, she says. Back to the Dylan Jordan case, let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant, Sean Combs, continues his crimes, she says. And he continued his crimes until he was caught. That was my point. We're waiting for her to come back for them to tell us the next thing she said. And while they were doing it, I'll just say this, that he continued his crimes until he was caught, up until he was caught at the Hyatt Regency there in New York. I want to make that blatantly clear. Sean Combs knew that it was an opportunity, that was a chance that they would arrest him. So, but he still left Florida and went into New York. He knew that they were hot on his trail. And yet, in that Hyatt Regency Hotel there in New York, I'll say it for a second or third time, they found all of his materials for the freak offs. They found the 2C drugs. They found methamphetamine. We have the photos. We showed it here during the trial. It was part of the evidence. Sean Combs continued on this streak until he was finally arrested, and he was forced. And as a matter of fact, one of the escorts said that they had seen Combs the day before or that weekend or something like that. We already heard it. So he continued on. Pimps control their victims. That's what happened here. $1.4 million would be 90 some freak offs. There were more than that here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive texts like he quoted, but this case was physical abuse that was seen on video. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He only saw it because he's inside. He has a total disregard for human life. He sure does. So what Miss Slavic is saying here, and she's challenging Mr. Driscoll's point that this did not result in commercial money, that Combs made no money, that in the case that he was comparing it to, that that case, that person made $1.4 million. But Ms. Slavic contends that if she were able to do a comparison to the $1.4 million, that would be equal to 90 or so freak offs, essentially. She said that there were actually more than that here, that there was more sexual activity that was involved in the $1.4 million that in that supposedly comparative case that guy made, that Sean Combs spent having these freak offs. Then she says that, they were challenged to find abusive texts. And she says, but that's not what the details were of this case. This case was physical abuse, and we have that abuse on video. The defendant is a master puppeteer, Ms. Slavic says. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video. She is talking about that compilation video with those kids. Like I told you guys, it was highly choreographed. And that is what Ms. Slavic is saying. She said, but that shows who he really is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. But Mr. Steele came in and said that Cassie wanted it. I told you guys. I told you he was going to come back and get him. Brian Steele just completely obliterated Sean Combs' letter when he did that. How are you going to say that you're remorseful? I'm so sorry. I'm the cause of everything. And then you turn around and you have your attorney say, or your attorney says, well, this was consensual. She wanted that. Torpedoed. I knew that the DOJ was going to hit on that, because I would have did that. I knew they were going to hit on that. Let's repeat what she said. The defendant is a master puppeteer. She is clocking it. Okay. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video, but that shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. She clocked it. That's it. She clocked that. That's the aggravator that they needed. That is one of the aggravators for the conviction. The aggravators of unaccountability. That's one of the aggravators. She clocked that quick. And of course she's not done. Of course she's not done. We ask for a significant sentence here. And that is it. That's all she's saying. The judge says, thank you, Mr. Combs. This is going to be the last word, guys. We're coming to it. Mr. Steele says, can we take a comfort break? I hate Brian Steele. I absolutely disgust this man. I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy. The judge said we'll be back at 4. That's 8 minutes from now. So we have 8 minutes. A mess. So we're going to hear from Sean Combs. Everybody hang tight. We got about 8 minutes. We're going to hear from Sean Combs. He's going to give the final word. Okay. And then Judge Submaranian is going to render his sentencing. So I'm going to take a little bit of a girl break, and I'll be right back, guys. Felicia, I'm sorry, I didn't address what you said. You said he needs the time like R. Kelly. Yeah, well, who they got on a Rico. R. Kelly, he do he they got him good. They got him good. They got R. Kelly good. I've done like some I've done a series or few series on R. Kelly actually. If you guys want to look at some of my previous episodes, especially as it relates to when he was trying to get out of jail a few months ago. And he was talking about like how I think it was something like, I'm trying to remember what his excuse was. Oh, he said that they tried to poison him. It was just a mess. R. Kelly has been a mess in this whole thing. But I do think that he gets more sympathy than Sean Combs, not because he's in jail, but he gets, I don't know why he gets more sympathy than Sean Combs. I guess because of his music, like because Sean Combs isn't technically an artist or whatever, so maybe he gets more sympathy because of that. I have no idea, but he does. He, like, I could tell from like a lot of the people who comment and things that they say, he gets a lot more sympathy. I'm like, what is up with that? That's really weird to me. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know. But I know that Sean Combs is definitely not going to like what is coming. I know that it's gonna get some rough justice here, as they say on what is that what is that Judge Million, rough justice, the People's Court. Oh gosh. I mean, the one thing to expect directly, I probably, people who have been listening for the whole time, this is probably a repeat for you, but the one thing you should expect directly following this sentencing is the appeal portion. His team will immediately appeal this sentence if there is any time of incarceration uh imposed. If there's any time of incarceration imposed by Judge Submaranian, his team will immediately appeal. We saw, I think, a little bit into what the grounds for appeal would be when Brian Steele spoke, and he said that this was double jeopardy and that this was there was a violation of um his rights or something like that. There was a violation of due process. That's what it was. So he says that there was a violation of due process, and this was double jeopardy, which it is not. So I think if there is an appeal, you may see an appeal based on somewhat of a violation of due process. The double jeopardy one doesn't fly. I'm not really sure why he thinks that does, but it doesn't. But you can expect an appeal. An appeal does not change uh the flow of his sentence. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Felicia said he needs a reality check. That was this morning. He spoke on it exactly. So the judge spoke on it, is what you were saying, Felicia. You're absolutely right. So I think even if they were to appeal, for those of you who are not familiar, that does not change the flow of things. Sean Combs would still be transferred to prison. He would still, the same things would still be going on. This is very similar to when people are sentenced to longer times in prison for much more serious crimes like unalivings and things of that nature, and they appeal while they're serving their sentence, and that's essentially what would happen here. So let's see what else, if they're back yet. Not yet. So it just turned 4 o'clock there. It's 1 o'clock here. We have been on here for 6 whole hours. 6 hours. our life has been up. This is a full work day, essentially. 6 hours we have been up here on this. Guys, we have been hanging in there on this live, giving the up to date Cast and Court TV, giving you the up to the minute updates on the Diddy sentencing. I hope that I have been able to give you what you need and the information that you wanted to hear or needed to hear. About the case. Hope have been informative, but I appreciate you guys and your support. Continue to listen. Don't forget to subscribe and like. If you are not already subscribed to the channel, please just hit that subscribe button. If you have not liked, please go ahead and like. And for those of you who are interested in supporting Cast and Court TV channel, please do so. Any proceeds that we receive on Cast and Court TV actually is utilized for the people who listen, and that is you. We utilize those monies to obtain our court filings, to obtain any sort of filings that we need for not only the Diddy case but all the cases that we actually in research, investigate, or follow up on Cast and Court TV. So we appreciate you. Thank you for everything, all your support. I just wanted to say that before we got to Mr. Combs, because when we get to Mr. Combs, I'm afraid it's going to be pandemonium. Oh my gosh, it's going to be pandemonium. I'm hoping that they go from, thank you guys so much, appreciate you, thank you CD Spencer and Felicia White, appreciate both of you and all of you here on the channel. I hope that they don't take another break in between Diddy's talk and the actual sentencing. I hope they go from the sentencing, I'm sorry, Diddy's speech to the sentencing, and then let us go. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping happens. Because I also have to do a roundup episode later on, just to sort of round up for everybody who didn't actually stay for the live. So there's still work for me to do afterwards. I'm hoping he can just get this done. Okay, like, let's just speed it up here, Sparky. It is 4:03, so I'm hoping they get with it. Get with it. And obviously, Sean Combs wants to ensure that what he says aligns with what his legal team has said, but also that he doesn't say anything inflammatory. Now, listen, guys, I think his legal team has said a lot of inflammatory things on his behalf. So is it possible that Sean Combs is trying to find a way to salvage that, trying to find a way to come in and sound human? Who knows? But I can tell you, the last time Sean Combs spoke in open court, he was full of charm and pleasantries for the judge and what a great job he's doing. Judge Adam Submarinian does not want to hear any of that. I'm telling you, he doesn't want to hear that. He just wants to hear the facts. So I'm hoping Sean Combs comes in and he just goes with that, for his sake, so it doesn't look completely foolish, because obviously the judge has pretty much decided what he's going to do. This Sean Combs speaking now is just a formality, so Judge, Submarinian can hear what Sean Combs has to say, but just, I hope he just doesn't come in trying to do the romper room act, because this judge is not with it. I'm telling you, it's just not. He's not here for it. He is not here for it. I also think it was a waste of time with all the attorneys that spoke on Sean Combs' behalf. The time that was wasted by the defense was very unnecessary, because they really didn't say anything of note, if you ask me. They also really just went through a lot of fluff, as it relates to what Sean Combs has done and how he's responsible for the community and this and that and the third. Getting into the nitty gritty of the case, some of it was, comparing it to other less serious cases, which is not comparative, it's incomparable. So that wasn't very smart. I don't know. I was not impressed. They really mostly, for the most part, the defense just kind of pissed me off, because they tried to play us off for jerks. So I just think this could have been a lot shorter of a sentencing had we cut the defense by half the time, like literally, because all of it was just unnecessary, really. But because we have to, um, abide by Mr. Combs' rights. He has rights. They should have just cut that down by half because it was just a lot. It was just a lot. I also think that I already talked about the tears from the defense, but I also think that like the kids, I don't know. I feel weird about it because on one hand, like I know that the kids have a right, obviously, to say what they want to say about their dad or whatever. But I also just feel there's just some part of me just feels that Sean Combs used his kids in a very sinister way to appeal to humanity because he kind of gets that he doesn't have that human appeal, that he's a bit, not even a bit, that he's out of touch to some degree. The kind of lifestyle he leads and the kind of lifestyle that he led, rather. Um, let's see, CD Spencer said, maybe their intent is to drag this on until Monday or just tire out the judge, hoping the judge who says go home. Yeah, I think that's what Felicia was getting at too. Yeah, that, maybe the whole thing was to just like, oh, okay, let's just make everybody unfocused so everybody could just go home, try to tire everyone out. It could have been, I mean, the both of you could be very right about this, that this could have been an actual tactic of this defense. I wouldn't be a bit surprised. I mean, the ball is kind of in their court now because they control things, because Sean Combs is going to be the last to speak, as is his constitutional right to do so. So they're sort of dragging this break on and on and on. I wouldn't even be a bit surprised if they came back and said that Sean Combs has chosen not to speak after closing inspection either. These things happen as well. So you both could be right there. I don't know what the plan is. Now, I did hear before today that, or yesterday or so, that, this thing could be a 2-day thing. And then as it relates to all that they could cram in one day, I heard that it would be 4 hours, but here we are on hour 6. So, I don't know what the plan is, but they better hop to it, because the courthouse is only going to be open for so long. Here we go, guys. Sean Combs stands at the defense table and he says, one of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. Okay, we're waiting now for uh our guy in the courtroom to update. let's just go over some of the things he's already said. He kind of basically hits echoes the letter, the 4-page letter, because the beginning of that letter starts off um, with the apology to Cassie Ventura and then follows up with the Jane Doe. But he kind of cartels a little bit and says that he apologizes to Jane Doe for bringing her into his mess, which is interesting. He says, I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I think that's a very interesting point because his own attorney actually admonished the Department of Justice for mentioning that his drug habit had anything to do with this. When Mr. Combs himself is admitting now in his own statement that he was sick from the drugs and inferring that it was the drugs that put him here. He said, I needed help, but I didn't get the help. He said, I knew better. My faith taught me better. And then he goes on to say something a little bit unbelievable. And he says, I am not this larger than life person, when in fact he is. So now he's trying to appeal to the human side, the not out of touch side that he knows the judge wants to see, because he knows the judge looks at him as though he's out of touch. This is a guy who lives a very privileged life. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly, Simi. Contradicting oneself isn't flattering. No. He said, I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my kids and be there for my mother. I lost my businesses. That's what he says. Okay, so let's see. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. I'll repeat it again. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. Huh? I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. You're not this bad person. You just told us you hated yourself. You're either bad or you're not. Okay, CD Spencer said, it is unbelievable. It's jail talk. He will say anything to be able to walk out of that court today. And then Cindy said, CD 100. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, this is absolutely the epitome of jail talk. Essentially, this is what people do when they get on the phone and this jail talk and they're like, But then I think it's very interesting how he goes into this, charade about how he hates himself. He's been stripped down to nothing. Then he wants to apologize to his 7 kids, which I get, and that he's sorry and that he's let down the community. But then he says, I'm not this bad person. But you have to admit, sir, that you were bad in that moment, that you were. You can't downplay it. See, that's what the judge is going to be looking at, where these little bits, you guys got to hear it. These little bits of he is doing jail talk, but then there's these little bits of admission into who he really is, where he, comes in and says, I'm not this bad person. This is, again, a bit of denial. And this is the thing that the judge doesn't want to hear. You walking up in here and doing all this stuff, and you're talking about, oh, I was lost in the drugs, and I was this, and I was that, and I was this, and I was that, and in the community, and blah blah blah. And then you want to wrap it up by saying, but I'm not this bad person. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. That's what he's been saying. That's what he's been saying. He's going on, moving on. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. They are. They are. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story, it's not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. I'll repeat the last two. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story, it's not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. If your honor gives me a chance to share my story, this what has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. Oh my gosh. This is not the time. This is not the time for this. This is not the time for this. You might be asking, well, what do you mean this is not the time for this? This is not the time for the Sean Combs can thank the jury, but thanking them for a not guilty is not smart. You are guilty of two acts, felony acts. They actually convicted you on two felony acts. Why are you wasting your time talking about, oh, thank you for the not guilty? Is he insane? The answer is yes. I'll go ahead and answer this rhetorical question. This is just ridiculous. Yeah, this is just crazy to me. And then thanking the honor that you thank your honor, you gave me the confidence in the jury. What is that? This is more fluff and trying to gas the judge up. I told you guys he likes to gas the judge up, and the judge is not going for it. Oh my gosh. Here we go. I take full responsibility for my Mann Act convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke before me. Okay, it's exactly what I said. He used his children as, yeah. Here's the end, guys. No matter what anyone says, I know that I am truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. This is a joke. This is a joke. This guy just told the judge, oh, I want you to think about my children, my beautiful children that spoke right before me. Because you're using your children to humanize yourself instead of talking about it yourself. What are you doing? He never once again, guys, talked about how he would rehabilitate himself. He never talked about it. He never said how he was going to maintain his sobriety at all. Not in that letter, not here, not his people, his defense team, nobody. Nobody. That is crazy. Yeah. No, he never did. He never did. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The judge is taking 5 minutes. So he did take that break in between. I was hoping he would go straight through, but he didn't. I kind of figured he would. Because the judge is going to need 5 minutes to recover from this travesty of whatever this was that Sean Combs just gave. Now let's read it all at one time so we remember what he said. Okay, I'm going to start and I'm going to read it all at one time. One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick, sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. I knew better. My faith, my faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm just trying my best. I lost my freedom and my opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, to be a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story, it's not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. CD Spencer said 5 minutes to state what he already knew he was going to give him. Yes, from the beginning. Judge is on his break thinking, I'm going to tack on a few extra years for trying to play me for a fool. Yeah, I mean, literally, probably. I mean, I do, like I said, guys, like I think Judge Submarinian walked into the courtroom this morning knowing full well what he was going to sentence Sean Combs to. I think that he knew probably last week when he denied his request for a new trial or a new acquittal under the Rule 29, Rule 33. I think he knew then. I think he had spent that entire weekend researching the guidelines on what he could do. A lot of times judges know what they're going to do. They're just allowing the prosecutors and the defense, the lawyers, to argue their cases in case there's something, that they can come up with that might sort of sway them one way or the other. But many times judges know what they're going to do. They already know. So the other things are just a formality. Let's see what's here. See if they're, well, not yet because it hasn't been quite 5 minutes, but it's been 3. It's been 3. I think we're all just ready for this sentencing to like go. I think we're all exhausted, Sean Combs. You think you're exhausted? We're exhausted. We're mentally exhausted. All of the folks who have been following this, all of you guys out there, everyone. And I'll just put a special spin on this since they wanted to try and use this. The Black community is extremely exhausted. Can I tell you what kind of strain this topic puts on the Black community? We spend a lot of times uplifting, our very talented people in our communities. We spend a lot of time, uplifting them and really talking a lot about Black excellence and all of that. But anytime we have to do this, I have to deal with this on somebody like Sean Combs, who was one of the brightest. I didn't necessarily kind of care for him ever, but that's just me, and I'm from LA and the whole thing here. So, but other people really admired Sean Combs, not because they knew him personally, but yeah, but because he's a Black man out here doing things for himself. I did admire that part about him, his business acumen and all of that. And now here we are having to deal with this again as Black folks. We already dealing with that crazy orange man in the White House over there, and here we are, having to deal with this. And it's just, yeah, Simi, we don't need nothing else. We don't need anything else extra. And this is kind of was extra because there's a lot of people who are divided. This is a very divided topic in the Black community. You know, you have a lot of people who still ride very hard for Sean Combs, and you know, verbally going fisticuffs with other people about, you know, what transpired and how it's not his fault and it's the girl's fault and how she needs to take this responsibility, and they're trying to railroad him and they're trying to make an example out of him. And that's what I also didn't like about what he just said just now to the judge. I thought it was very insulting, actually, what he said to the judge. He said to the judge, they want you to make an example out of me. This is very sort of on the money to what he said in the letter to the judge, where he said, you know, I know that you may want to make an example out of me. So obviously, this is something that's weighing on Sean Combs's mind. But I think this is insulting to the judge, because now here you are telling the judge that you don't really have the recourse like the rest of the judges out there, that you don't really have the actual you know, recourse to look into the case law and say, well, I'm going to, you know, sentence him to X, Y, and Z based on the case law, based on what we have here. What you're sort of already sort of assuming about the judge is that he's going to make an example out of you. And then you're saying, oh, well, you know, they want you to do that, or trying to use a little bit of reverse psychology on the judge. And it's like, girl, sat down, not sit down, sat down now, okay? Because at this point, this is not something that you need to be saying. It's not. Keep it to you. Keep it to you. You know? Just crazy. Just completely crazy. Okay, let's see if we have an update. Okay. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Yeah, it's just really crazy. I've also really felt like, you know, during the course of all of this, that it's really been very uh insulting for the defense to sort of act like the conviction was nothing. Anytime you get convicted of a felony, it is something. Oh, this is the man act. Oh, you know, this is they went through the gamut with this thing. They went from he didn't do it to other people who have been charged like this, you know, aren't receiving the same sort of you know, attention and sentencing, or you know, they've gotten bail and he didn't, to this was Cassandra and Daphne Joy who did this, he didn't really do it, that they are the ones that should have gotten into trouble. I mean, this whole thing has run the gamut, seriously, to this we need an acquittal and a new trial on these two counts because the definition of prostitution is wrong. We don't like the definition. We actually made up the definition and agreed to the definition during the jury instructions, but now that he's been you know, convicted, we don't like it. um Correct. Yeah, CD Spencer. Setting the groundwork for an appeal, CD is saying. She says, I can see the defense team saying on an appeal that the judge made an example out of him. It's obvious. Absolutely. That will also be a part of the appeal, as well as, you know, this idea that there was some sort of double jeopardy or some sort of violation of due process. Yeah, absolutely. Good point. That is a good point. Let's see here. We're back. Judge Submaranian. At the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. But under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self made artist who has inspired communities of color. We saw the video, the free game course in the MDC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are a devoted man. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. Okay, we're waiting for more. You heard what the judge says. He's looking at everything. This is what I was talking about with you guys earlier. It's more than just this hearing. It's everything that the judge has seen in the life cycle of this trial. This is for all the marbles here. He's gonna look at he's looking at everything. Okay, let's see if we got more. A history of good works can't wash away the record of this case. You abused these women. You used that abuse to get your way. Freak offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. He's bringing it. I gotta wait for the guy in the courtroom to to type it, but yeah. I keep refreshing. I keep refreshing. Obviously Judge Submaranian is over it. Like he's over it. He's doing exactly what we thought he would do. He's saying, "Listen, dude, I don't care about whatever you said, is going on and what you're trying to do with your life and everything, but I've seen this trial from top to bottom. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know what it says. I know what the witnesses said, and the fact of the matter is can't wash it away. You can't wash it away. You can't wash it away." Marvin says anything less than 10 is a win for him. I agree with you. Marvin, I agree with you on that because really he should get that 11 that they've been asking. The judge, this was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened, meaning they were his subjects. These offenses irreparably harmed two women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it go on for so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John, he says. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'll repeat this since we have time. He says this was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed two women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen for so long? You had the power and the resources to keep it going. You were more than a John, he says. Still waiting. Sorry, guys. Yeah, the judge is getting on him. The judge is standing on business. Okay, I can't say that. I don't want to get too excited about this, but the judge is standing on business. I think he's going to give him the full one. A significant sentence is required to deter. Significant. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public, and investigation started. You had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, Lord Jesus. I'll repeat since we have time. A significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. But after Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public, and the investigation started, you still had a brutal hotel night with Jane and punched her in the head. So it's going to be a significant sentence. Significant. Yep. The judge is pissed. The judge is pissed off. He doesn't like Sean Combs. He doesn't like what he did. Jane says he told her, take this pill, go out there and suck his DICK, FUCK him. I don't care. The court is not convinced. this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. I'll repeat. Jane says he told her, take this pill, go out there and SUCK his DICK, FUCK him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. The judge is standing on business, and the judge might be a girl dad. It is very true. He might be. He might be going off. I'm telling you, during the trial phase, Judge Submaranian was pissed. I could tell by some of the answers to the objections that he was making. I could totally tell. He was mad. He was mad, and he does not like what he heard. And he also doesn't like his defense team. He does not like his defense team. He does not. And he is not done yet. I mean, this could take an hour for him to like go through all the things and get all the things off his chest, because he's been sitting there. Combs said, oh, it's been hard to sit here and not express myself. Well, the judge has had to sit there and not express himself too. So, Exactly, Marvin. Exactly. That's a good point. Marvin said in that letter that he sent to the judge, he said that he would not or could not forgive a man who did that to his own daughters. So there you go. That's right. That's right. Judge is going on. Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability. The court reaches a few conclusions to promote respect for the law. That 135 months would be more than necessary. Okay, he's not done. He's talking. He's talking. He's saying, let me repeat, exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. The first one, 135 months would be more than necessary. We're waiting for our guy in the courtroom to tell us what's next. I'm pretty sure that courtroom is thick up in there. Thick up in there. I mean, I also think that the judge did not agree with the verdict. I think that the judge also thought that this was SEX trafficking, like some of us thought. I personally think that yeah. I think that well, we don't know yet, CD. We're still waiting to see what else the judge is going to say, but he's pointing out what else, wherever else would be. That was just part of it. We're still waiting. Here we go. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Not reasonable. Even the Department of Probation recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months time served would not be sufficient. Okay, so let me repeat. The judge says a sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months time served would not be sufficient, is what he's saying. So the 11 years not going to happen, guys. Not going to happen. No, he's not going to be sleeping in his bed tonight. He's going to prison. He's going to, I'm not prison, but he's going to be at the MDC until they, transport him. He's definitely not going to be going to Star Island on his way to do the the speeches next week. So you can forget about that. Here, the data shows a wide variety of sentences weighing all the relevant factors. The court determines that the sentence is 50 months. 50 months. He has given Sean Combs 50 months in incarceration. That is 4 years. 4 years in prison. 4 years. He said, may I revive my prediction? 17 years. No, 4 years. Sean Combs has been sentenced to 4 years in prison. He will get 1 year credit for time served. So he will do for likely an additional 3 years. 50 months. I mean, listen, a lot of people did actually have this on the money. I had him anywhere from 5 to 8 years because I was expecting something significant. Judge Submaranian thinks this is pretty significant for the Mann Act, which essentially I guess it could be considered, but I don't think so. But he did weigh the guidelines. He did sort of talk about, the fact that this was a sentence enhanced because of the coercion, because of the violence. So yeah. Would you say he was so sure he was going? Yeah, 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 yep, yep. He let's see, he got off light. He absolutely got off light. I mean, the 4 years is very light. I thought they would at least give him five. The 60 months would have been, the 5 years, but he got the 4 years. Let's see if Judge Submaranian says anything else. Mr. Agnifilio, any recommendation here to serve the sentence, where he would like to serve the sentence? Agnifilio said, can we get back to you by Monday now that we know there is a sentence? And the judge says yes. So yeah, he's only gonna do 3 more years because he's already did 14 months. So he's done one in MDC. He's gonna do 3 more years somewhere. He's lucky the judge is asking him because they could put him in Rikers, and I can tell you now, no, he doesn't want to go there. But they'll probably ask for a Susie Q camp cupcake place that he could do the time where he can, get into some programs. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna be out in a short order. I don't know. I don't know. It's federal. Yeah, you're probably right. He's probably going to be out less than 3 years, but we'll see. He might be out in 2, but sometimes they make people do all the time. Depending on behavior and things of that nature. I would imagine he's not going to be, doing anything, out of sorts or anything like that. So I don't know. He might be out in a short amount of time, like you said. He could be out in 2 years, a year. You never know with the feds, what happens with that. But I will say this: in the spirit of it being Domestic Violence Awareness Month, I'm happy that he got any incarceration time. It very easily could have ended up being um, a time served situation. But it was not that. I think Judge Submaranian chastised him quite a bit because he kind of knew that the sentencing range wasn't going to be, that heavy. But at the same time, the fact that he gave him any incarceration sends a message that you're not going to get away with this. So Sean Combs has said, and his team has said, well, he suffered because he's lost his businesses. He's not been able to be with his family and this and that and the other. Okay, great. So you've suffered all the way around. So, and Judge Submaranian is right in what he said. He said, listen, you can't convince me that if you were to be out, that this wouldn't happen again. You would be doing the same thing. You were facing federal charges, and that you were still convening a hotel night at that time. And like I told you guys, when he got caught up and arrested by the feds at the Hyatt, he was getting ready for a hotel night. Then they found all sorts of Astroglide and baby oil and drugs and high heel shoes and all these things for the freak offs. So he's right. He would still be doing these things. So it's just very interesting. I'm gonna see if there's anything else, and then when they adjourn, oh, here we go. The court imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the cost of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and special assessment of $200. He's going to definitely have to reschedule those appearances, CD. It's not going to happen for him. Like, he's like, whatever they got going on with him for next week, it's not happening. It's not happening. Like, nope, not gonna be doing those. They're gonna have to find somebody else to do those. And let that be it. They gotta find somebody else. I mean, it's disappointing, but as I said, like, I'm glad he got any time, but it is a little bit infuriating. It's not a little bit, it is infuriating because I feel like Judge Submarine, I think his speech, like what Judge Submarinian said to him, was a little more like harder than the actual sentence. I'll be honest with you. I think his speech was giving me like clock vibes, like he was clocking it. You know what I mean? But then when we got to it, down to it, we didn't even get 5 years. We didn't even get. I still believe in the justice system. Okay, it says, I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to tell you that I heard you. So he's, still he's waiting for the update there, but some people are not happy. I'm looking at some of the comments on here, and people are like, this is a slap in the face to the victims. Some of the people are still victim blaming, of course. Um, you know, Other people saying, well, you didn't hear her with your ears, Judge, because you only gave him 4 years. Um, you know, But listen, I think somebody said it here. I think it was Felicia that said, he still has to look up at God, and that is true. Like, I do think a lot of this with Sean Combs was smoke and mirrors. I think this is not, he is not an honest person. He's not a good person. I only hope that whatever repentance or whatever he has to pay for does not come back through his daughters. I hope it is sent directly to him alone in that, and that it is not something that he has to experience through his own, children. But the miscarriage of how he treated someone else's daughters, is just disgusting. And the fact that he had the unmitigated gall to be like, oh, I couldn't forgive somebody for doing that to my own daughters, then why would you even lift your finger, lift your hand, lift your voice, lift your foot to do that to someone else's daughter? No matter if you thought they were lower than you or not. He just has he has a lot of problems. Okay, he goes on, he says, you weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to the other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. And I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us you don't have to stay a victim. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are like, yeah, okay, Judge, but you only gave him 4 years and he's only going to do 3. Like, seriously. So the judge gave Sean Combs 4 years. Sean Combs will get 14 months a year, essentially time served, and he'll do the rest of his 3 years in the Department of Corrections and Fed lockup. Some people here, on those of you who are just popping in, I'm talking to some people here on the channel, are giving a correct assessment that he may do way less time than that, just because people tend to get out because of good behavior or whatever the case may be. But the judge is not done talking yet, so we might hear something about a program that he may make him enter. I don't know, but maybe not. But usually, with these sorts of things, there is a chance that people can get out early. I still expect the defense to appeal this sentence immediately, because it is time incarceration. Sean Combs doesn't want to do any time incarcerated. I expect them to appeal this this sentence. They probably will bring up some of the things we talked about here, including the violation of due process. Of course, um, talking about some of the things that someone else came up and said. I think it was CD, who was talking about the what was that CD you said? I forgot. But it's a lot of points that would set it up um for for appeals essentially, and that's what we've been talking about. But I do expect for that to happen. Oh, here it is. um okay, yeah, yeah. CD was saying, and she's right, that the judge sort of made an example out of him, and that they could be using that as a means for an appeals tactic. And it could be that, listen guys, it's just very disappointing. I thought this was going to be a little bit different. Yeah, thank you, CD. Yeah, laying the foundation. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a little bit different. Felicia, you said he paid everybody off as well. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. I know that when you have someone like Sean Combs, who has, definitely has had his hands and his eyes on the pulse of everyone, and has been able to pay people off in the past, as we know. Um, you know it's possible, but I will say, and I'm not totally upset with Judge Submaranian, I mean, or disappointed or whatever, because nobody has been able to hold Sean Combs accountable at all. Judge Submaranian made history here today. I get it that it's not the sentence that people wanted, but he made history here today, because this is the only judge that has been able to actually sentence this guy to anything. I mean, really, the only reason why he's got off is because Johnny Cochran is no longer with us. Really, to be honest, you know, this Sean Combs has gotten away with so much. He should have went to prison years ago when he shot that girl in that nightclub, but Johnny Cochran was able to get him off there. And now somebody finally held him responsible. The other reason he actually got caught up on this one as well is because Sean Combs was so sloppy with everything he was doing. He was, utilizing this person, that person, to, bring in the thing for the hotel nights. He was paying this one and that one, and using the phone and all of this and that and the third. And, you know, he was just doing the most. He was very sloppy with everything. That's part of the reason he got caught up with that. CD says, well, he didn't pay them enough because I'm sure he paid them to go home, not not happy. So he not happening. So he might be looking for a refund. Yeah. And yeah, and Semi, yeah, he's definitely sloppy because he felt entitled. Absolutely. He definitely felt entitled. Let's see if there's, as Dr. King taught us, out of the mountain of despair, a stone of hope. Mr. Combs, your mom writes that you have always been a good son. The same power that enabled you to hurt these women, you could use to help. And Combs is sitting there in the chair, defense chair, with his hands folded, he said. And the judge immediately says, adjourn. And with that, everybody, that's it for the Sean Combs case. That is it. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining Cast and Court TV. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all of you. Rock with me later on. I am going to do a roundup a little bit later on, a pre-recorded roundup of everything that happened in this last 7 hours. Oh my gosh, 7 hours. And I'll do a roundup for everybody and sort of, go there with that. He definitely is. Rich is entitled. Oh God, it's crazy. All right, guys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining Cast and Court TV here with the latest and greatest and sometimes hated updates of the most high profile cases going on around the country. We will catch you next time later on with our episode, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you all to my regulars, Semi, we got September, CD. Let's see, Felicia, thank you, appreciate you. Marvin Thompson, I saw you up in there too. Appreciate all of you guys for rocking with me. Y'all was here with me all day. Appreciate you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Some of you, and some of you, I'll see you later. Okay, guys, that's it. Good night.